Call this meeting to order at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. As you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Liberty and justice. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight on a cold winter's night here in the Valley. It's good to see you all. We'll now adopt our agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Dr. Roundtree and Ms. Franklin, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitcher?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Our student representative tonight is Disha Talagia from Christiansburg High School. Will you please read our mission and belief statements?
MCPS is an innovative educational community. We value diversity and we are committed to equity and inclusion. MCPS empowers learners to realize success in an ever-changing global society through collaboration with communities, families, staff, and students. MCPS provides a safe, engaging learning environment and intentional exposure to positive social, emotional, and academic experiences. MCPS believes all students can learn in order to pursue their dreams. Schools are safe places of joy, wonder, and creativity. Every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected. Kindness is an essential skill of a responsible, productive community member. The diversity of our community is one of our greatest strengths. All people deserve equitable access to opportunities and resources. Every child deserves an advocate. Honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school community. Open communication and feedback are vital to our growth. Learning and teaching are collective efforts that began at birth and involve the entire community, and relationship building and high expectations are foundational to student success.
Great, thank you so much. Our next item of business is the student representative report. Disha, do you have a report from Christiansburg High School?
I do. Good evening. Since our last school board meeting update 2 weeks ago, CHS is kicking off the spring semester in strong fashion and looking to build off of our momentum from last fall. Here are just a few exciting things happening at CHS. CHS kicked off the start of the spring semester by holding class meetings on the second day back in school to review school-wide expectations, core values, and any other important information that needed to be shared with the student body. CHS is revisiting the use of tardy sweeps to encourage students to transition between class in a timely manner and limit students in the hallways after the tardy bell rings. CHS has updated their positive behavior referrals process and certificates to recognize students who may go above and beyond to influence their CHS school community in a positive manner, assist other students, and/or be an example of the CHS core values. If a student is referred for a positive behavior referral, they will receive a certificate and another tangible incentive that could include free lunch, snack, items, drink, or other items. CHS Marketing Department has continued to utilize their Demon Dispatch social media platform to share important events, celebrations, and highlight student clubs and teams at CHS. You can find their Instagram at Demons Dispatch or same for TikTok if it's still active. CHS has continued to place a strong focus on decreasing disciplinary incidents and disproportionality within the school. For the second straight quarter, CHS has seen a decrease from last year to this year. CHS completes its first round of MAP testing this past Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and we are looking forward to utilizing the valuable data it will provide to our English teachers, literacy coaches, reading specialists, and students. To conclude, there have been some recent events with our winter athletics and academics that should be highlighted. Katie Hoover became our all-time point scorer at CHS this past week when she scored a total of 23 points and eclipsed our old mark of 1,246 points by 6 points. The CHS wrestling team hosted their annual Blue Big Blue Wrestling Tournament this past weekend and had various strong performances. The CHS indoor track and field team competed at 2 various meets this past weekend, and various athletes saw their best performance of the season, along with competing at the top of their class. The CHS MAC team competed at their first match of the season this past weekend against their fellow Montgomery County school neighbors, Eastern Montgomery. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. All right, at this time, we'd like to recognize Gilbert Linkus Elementary School and the Cardiac Emergency Response Team for their Project Adam Heart Safe designation. This designation is attained by schools upon successful implementation of a quality sudden cardiac arrest program of awareness, training, and effective emergency response to promote a heart-safe environment for students, visitors, and staff. I think we're going to start with a video from Dr. John Phillips.
Hello, Gilbert Linkus Elementary School, and greetings from the Children's Hospital of Richmond at VCU. I'm Dr. John Phillips, pediatric cardiologist and medical director of the Virginia affiliate to Project Adam. I'm sending this video to express my deepest gratitude to Principal Webb, the staff and faculty of Gilbert Linkus, and particularly Nurse Springer, for deciding to educate and protect your school and community against sudden cardiac arrest. They've done this by educating faculty and staff on recognizing the signs and symptoms of sudden cardiac arrest, by creating a cardiac emergency response plan and cardiac emergency response team. They've communicated with the community regarding their plan. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, they've conducted drills to practice their plan. Why is this important? Because minutes count. To improve survival from sudden cardiac arrest, a victim must receive CPR and defibrillation within 4 minutes of becoming unconscious. Since 20% of our communities are on school campuses on any given day, schools are a smart place to be prepared. Nurse Springer and your school's cardiac emergency response team have done just that by taking the time to prepare and practice should a cardiac arrest occur on your campus. So without further ado, on behalf of the Children's Hospital of Richmond as the Virginia affiliate to Project Adam, I'm thrilled to award Gilbert Linkus Elementary School, the first school in Blacksburg and Montgomery County, the designation as a Project Adam Heart Safe School. Great job, trio, and your team. You certainly deserve it. I wish you all a healthy holiday season. Congratulations.
At this time, I'd like to present this banner to Ms. Springer and all the people involved in this fantastic endeavor. Congratulations. Yeah, get everybody.
Squat down next to
Congratulations. Thank you.
The board will take a short break to thank our honorees for being here today. If y'all just want to kind of hang up to the front there, we'll swing by real quick and say hi. Thanks. All right, our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear our students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Osborne will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I will call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county you live in. And the first speaker is Martha Ann Stallings, followed by Kelly Brennan.
Didn't know I was going to be number one. Okay. Good evening. Go back to the school board chairs, members, Superintendent Bragan, and staff. I am Martha Ann Stallings from Blacksburg. I've had the opportunity to follow and review the revised hate speech policy that you are developing and discussing this evening. Thank you for this opportunity as a community member to be involved in such an important policy process. It is very important. I have great interest in this policy as one, a leader in dialogue on race and the education group, two, a longtime educator with Montgomery County Public Schools for 25 years, and yes, one was at some years were at Gilbert Lincoln that was just honored, and three, as a local community member who values diversity, equity, and inclusion, and believes that hate speech attacks values and human rights. The policy states that it outlines the definition, procedures, and actions related to hate speech used by anyone within the school system, and that's a good thing. This evening, I would like to address the following. Once again, as an elementary teacher over the years, I do appreciate how the elementary offenses are treated differently and what I perceive as appropriate. The education piece is a big part of the plan, and time and resources need to be given to that development and identification of such practices that are age appropriate. I do like that the behavior intervention plan has a part of the third offense as important, and it is time when it's 3 times. Under actions of the policy, what is the diversity and inclusion program that is a possible action for repeated violations? I assume that it will be developed with input from the Equity Office, but what are the specifics that are needed for this? Under the support for the affected students, Dialogue on Race is very pleased that a safe space will be offered for those that are traumatized with such hate speech. Who will develop this space? What will it look like when these discussions are needed for such awful experiences? Those traumatized need such opportunities, but if it is not handled properly, what will the results be? In addition, we most certainly hope this is offered for employees as well. Finally, the action steps and the implementation stages are crucial to the policy success. As leaders, please mobilize resources, involve all stakeholders like students that we have here this evening, and to continue to monitor the success. Your policy conclusion says MCPS is dedicated to an environment free of hate speech and discrimination. Please, let's get it right, and let's finally make our division what it needs to be.
Thank you, Ms. Stallings. Next up is Kelly Brennan, followed by Katie Seidemann.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Brennan, and I live in Reiner. Thank you all for your extraordinary commitment to this community. This just a tremendous service you provide us. I'm here tonight in support of the proposed hate speech policy before you. The term hate speech is well defined in the proposed policy, though there is one glaring omission in the list of protected characteristics, and the word missing is race. That needs to be corrected. As I have stated at this podium before, most people I know are not comfortable talking about race. or really any challenging subject for that matter if there's disagreement. So the reason I'm out in support tonight of a hate speech policy is because we need to not only elevate our individual and collective awareness of the seriousness of hate speech, but also address the real harm done by such speech in its various forms. As I stand here, I'm thinking of the courageous young people who have spoken to you over the past few years and in the recent times about the harmful treatment they have endured while at school. I'm thinking of the kids who came to you last spring with stories of being racially slurred, intimidated, and perennially harassed because of the color of their skin, with little to no support from adults in the building. I'm thinking of the LGBTQ plus kids with similar stories of harassment, slurring, and stigmatization for their expressions of themselves. I'm thinking of the grandma who spoke of the bullying her special needs grandchild endured while riding the bus, and of the mother of a mixed-race child who spoke of the child's harassment because of their heritage. Outside of MCPS at a winter summit at the Dialogue on Race, I believe it was in 2023, a couple of MCPS students shared their stories of harassment and intimidation while in school. The story that really stood out to me was one about a racially charged behavior of a group of kids making loud monkey sounds when the opposing team entered the court at a basketball game, while two administrators were in close proximity. Perhaps they didn't hear. Perhaps they were uncomfortable addressing the situation. And why was the harmed student unable to have the empowerment to reach out to seek support from those administrators? Folks, we need to do way better than this. And in fact, I believe we can. Adopting this policy is a small and important step in the right direction of creating a safe and welcoming learning environment for our students and their families, our staff, and all of our visitors in schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Next up is Katie Seidman, followed by Judy Barilski.
Good evening, Chair Hudson, Dr. Reagan, and members of the board. My name is Katie Seidman, and I live in Christiansburg. Most of you are familiar with me only in my capacity as president of the MCEA. However, at this point, I would like to address the board simply as an individual choir teacher from Auburn Middle and Auburn High School. Tonight, I would like to voice my support for the inclusion of a fine arts coordinator position in the proposed budget brought forth at the last meeting. There may be some who do not understand the critical importance of this decision, so I'm here tonight to shed some light on the matter. We have a coordinator or administrator position at the school board level representing every subject area except fine arts. We have someone navigating the challenges and hurdles faced by every subject area except for fine arts. We have someone advocating for the programs and the students in every subject area except for fine arts. When the fine arts coordinator position was diminished in the budget to be put under the umbrella of the director of secondary education, our programs also diminished. When the position was cut altogether, our programs were left to fend for themselves. Who then do you think had to take on the responsibilities of representing, navigating, and advocating for the existence of our fine arts programs? We did. The teachers of those classes did. Do you know how exhausting it is to constantly have to convince your administration, your colleagues, your students, and their parents that your class is just as important as a core subject? Do you know how taxing it is to constantly have to justify the cost of your materials in a budget? Do you know how stressful it is to continuously have to beg, borrow, and steal students to join your class so that it doesn't get cut from the schedule due to low numbers? Do you know how discouraging it is to constantly have to fight for the right of your subject to even exist? We do, and we're tired. Our students participate in in-school and after-school programs and activities. Our students participate in countywide, district, and state events. Our students participate in competitions, assessments, and events all over the country. In fact, MCPS students often represent a large percentage of the number of students selected to participate in these events. Our students deserve just as much recognition and support as any other student group, but more often than not, they do not get it. A fine arts coordinator at the school board level will allow those critical responsibilities to fall under the scope of someone who is actually getting paid to do them. Now, please don't misunderstand me. Our fine arts educators will continue to justify, encourage, and advocate for their students and programs because they know them best. But having a dedicated position to do just that will allow our fine arts educators time to focus on building and growing those existing programs rather than simply keeping them afloat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seidemann. Next up is Judy Abarilski, followed by Kimberly Williamson.
Good evening, Chair Hudson, members of the school board, Superintendent Bragan, and student school board representative. My name is Judy Barilski, and I live in Blacksburg. I spoke in September regarding the hate speech policy, and I want to thank you for some of the changes that have been made. The policy is no longer a de facto zero tolerance policy. It is more clearly situated in existing MCPS progressive discipline practices and procedures, and the confusing and incomplete examples of hate speech have been removed from the definition. However, I continue to have concerns regarding wording, omissions, and the process for implementation, monitoring, and accountability. I've emailed you my detailed thoughts, and I'm only going to summarize a few of them tonight. In both the introduction and the policy statement sections, the policy does not include statements regarding the impact of hate speech on targeted students. As written, hate speech is characterized as classroom distraction, disruption of school environment, harm to school community. There is no mention of harm or trauma experienced by the students. I suggest individual harm be included. In the policy statement section, I suggest removing the clause that substantially disrupts the school environment. The words substantially and disrupt are both subjective and open to bias interpretation. I appreciate the effort to be transparent in including the investigation procedures and disciplinary sections in the proposed policy, and I suggest the following edit. In the disciplinary action offense statement, the term restorative practices is used generically. The examples shared do not include practices out of the restorative justice system of response to student behavior. I suggest adding examples of restorative conferences and restorative questions to the list. Additionally, the policy should include a statement that all MCPS guidance documents for investigating and responding to student behavior, assigning student behavior supports and consequences, and reporting student behavior incident data will be revised to explicitly address hate speech. Likewise, all human resource guidance documents for investigating, responding to, and reporting claims of hate speech used by employees should be reviewed and revised to explicitly address hate speech. Finally, the policy needs to include a statement regarding the development of an action plan, including a timeline for implementation, monitoring, and accountability. Thank you for your time this evening, and I hope you take the time to read my further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abrowski. Next up is Kimberly Williamson.
Kimberly Williamson from Christiansburg. Regarding the larger picture surrounding the discussion of a need for a hate speech policy, I would like to offer a prayer modified from Andrew Whalen's book, Dreams to Save a Nation. I believe that if the principles in this prayer were utilized, ultimately there would be no need for a hate speech policy at all. I ask those in this room to join me in prayer if you wish. Lord, we declare that the monster of racism, broken covenants, and bloodshed among blacks, whites, natives, Hispanics, Asians, and others that is in the foundations of the nation and even this community is now being atoned for by the blood of Jesus Christ, which has always been available to us, even for this purpose. We decree that brothers and sisters of diverse backgrounds and cultures in America will begin to come together to turn a different direction, confessing their wrongdoings and adversarial attitudes to one another in a two-way conversation, praying for each other, and being healed, in order to unite us together in the power of God's love, forgiveness, and reconciliation released among us to remove this Godzilla of racism from our roots, healing the wounds, and putting this monster to rest so that our nation and this community can go forward with wholeness. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williamson. And with that, public address is closed. Moving on to our consent items. If no one wishes to move an item out of consent, we will consider these items approved. Okay. Next up, do I have a motion to acknowledge receipt of the financial summary report for December 2024?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Purcell and Dr. Roundtree, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond? Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of bills as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Bond and Dr. Guidry, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. We're now up to our business meeting, and our first item is the report from superintendent.
Thank you, Chair Hudson. I only have a few items in light of all the items we have on the agenda tonight. First is, I'd like to introduce Leah Bressler. If you could stand up, Leah. Welcome to MCPS. Leah is our new compliance officer. Will oversee Title IX, Title VI, and any other areas where we can capitalize on our expertise. She comes to us with a strong background from North Carolina, and we're grateful that she joined our team. So welcome. The next up, I'm just going to go over briefly, just to have an opening conversation that I got some information from school board members about the New River, proposed New River Governor's School for Arts and Humanities. We're still in the planning phases for that, and that basically was an idea that came out of President Danilowitz, the president of Radford University, who reached out to the superintendents in the surrounding areas of Pulaski, Radford City, Giles, Floyd, and MCPS, and wanted to entertain the idea, would we be interested in having Radford host a governor's school for the arts and humanities? As you know, right now we have one that is housed in New River Community College for our STEM program, and we send a number of students there, as do those other divisions. So we thought it was a great idea. We started exploring it and looking into what that would look like, and we had some preliminary meetings, and I know the board has talked about that and who was participating in that. And those meetings were basically Ms. Purcell, myself, and a parent representative who's also an employee in the division as well. And what the proposal entails is, beginning in the student's sophomore year, if they're interested in exploring this opportunity to have a more robust and collegiate level education in the arts and/or humanities, they would apply for the program. And if you're going for the arts program, some of that would entail audition type stuff. In humanities, it would be somewhat different because those are two separate programs. So you would pick which one you wanted to go into, the fine and performing arts or into the humanities. If you were accepted into the program, you would spend half of your day in the mornings at Radford University, taking classes taught by Radford University professors, and then for the remaining day, come back to your high school and finish your day and participate in athletics or sports or after school activities if you so desired. Where we are right now in the planning phases with that, we've done some rough curriculum crosswalks and had some rough ideas on what the classes would look like and see how they would coordinate not only with the state requirements, but with our graduation requirements. And we think we fleshed out something fairly decent. It was sent to the Department of Education, Virginia Department of Education, for their review. It came back, it needed some revisions, and that's where we are right now. So I wanted to just put that in front of you. I know we didn't really have a conversation about this before. My thought was when it gets approved to bring it and present it, but that's where we are now. The cost would be approximately $3,800 per student. For the Southwest Governor School, Southwest Virginia's Governor School, we pay about $4,000 a student now. So that's what I have at this point. Ms. Purcell, you want to add anything, or did I miss anything that you might want to share?
No, that sounds pretty complete about where the proposal is at this point. Thanks, Dr. Bragan.
So as of now, we don't have any meetings scheduled or anything to revisit that. And, President Danilowitz is usually would be the one who would organize and set up those Zoom meetings. And when I get that, I will share that with the board. I know Ms. Purcell has been actively participating, but if anyone else wants to participate, I'm sure they'd be able to do that as well. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to add a comment. As a student who attends the STEM program at Southwest Virginia Governor's School, I greatly love that opportunity. It is no matter how challenging and how hard it is absolutely amazing how I'm able to connect with people who have such a strong passion for STEM. And just the education that I get there, I absolutely love it. I love everything that I'm learning. So the fact that you guys are looking into an arts and humanities side of it, I know Southwest Virginia Governor's School has a summer program where people can go and do the more like dance side, and they have different programs. And I've had students that go to my school that absolutely have done it and loved it. And I just think it's a really good opportunity. And I just wanted to say that I really appreciate MCPS for having this connection with Southwest Virginia Governor's School.
Awesome. So nice to hear.
Board, any questions or comments about the program?
So I want to be real clear about my questions and concerns about this. I have absolutely no objection to us taking part in this and having our students to have this opportunity, just like with the STEM Governor's School. It's just how the information is given to the board so that we know what is going on, what the commitment would be, what the criteria for students would be, how the students would be selected, what would the financial impact be. This is the process we went through with the STEM Governor's School, and the board had all this information, and it came to us over a period of probably about a year before things were put in place so that we knew exactly what the commitment would be with the criteria and all the other things I just talked about. So that's my concern as a board member, that other than what Dr. Bragan has shared here, don't have much information about what this program looks like and how it will impact Montgomery County Public Schools and our students.
Thanks, Ms. Franklin. And we'll get that information and share that with the school board when it gets solidified. It's still, they haven't roughed it out, but I hear what you're saying, and we'll get that exact information on what it would look like, how many students they're proposing potentially start out with just sophomores, go up to sophomores, juniors, and then seniors, and approximately 40 students at each grade level. So if you look at that, after 3 years, you're looking at about 120 students in the whole program. But they have some rough copies, which I could share. I was waiting to share, what exactly it is, and when it gets formalized and everybody says, hey, yeah, this is the program, this was approved, this is what it looked like. But I could share those documents, and as long as everyone here knows those are just draft documents, we can get those to all of you.
Can I ask a question just to follow up? So I think I appreciate the information, and I'm certainly supportive of having a diverse opportunities for our students. I think one of the things that I'm a little confused is the administration making the decision on this, or is this the board? Because the way it's being presented is that the administration is working on this, and then when it's finalized, it's going to come before the board. Is the administration making the decision on this, or is the board making a decision on this? Because if it gets to the point, you have the VDOE reviewing it. It sounds like we're pretty far into the process, which means the board is basically just gonna rubber stamp it at the end if we want to. I have I have questions about governance, and I don't know, is there going to be like a formal presentation, or what's the plan there?
Great questions. You know, I've not developed a governor's school before in the past, so I'm not sure of exactly the procedures. Ms. Franklin actually has some experience, and maybe some other board members that were here when the Southwest Virginia Governor's School was started. Right now, with this idea germinated, I don't know how many months ago it was, it came out of Radford University, and President Denonowitz, one of his meetings, said, hey, we're thinking about this. What do y'all think as SUPs? And we had 3 exploratory meetings, I want to say, and I can get you the exact ones, where they asked, would any school board members be interested in this? Would there be any parents that may be interested in having the conversation and to speak about it? And obviously the administration. So we had those meetings. And I know we talked about last time the selection process. I did ask Ms. Purcell if she had the time, if she was interested, and she volunteered for 2 or 3 meetings, I forget exactly. And we had one of our parent reps who's also an employee. That was the developmental stage. If at some point, as Ms. Franklin said, I'll get all that information to you, the documents we have in draft form and what was proposed, take a look at. It would require a school board vote, but I hear what you're saying. Dr. Gitcher, you don't want to just vote. You'd like to be a part of the process and see what's going on, and I understand that. I'll get all that information to y'all.
I think, too, it's important to respect that this is Radford University's program. It's not our program. We could partner with them so our students have access to that opportunity, but this is Radford's program.
I understand it's Radford's program, but when they reach out to Montgomery County Public Schools, they're reaching out to this board. And, you know, the process has not been done in a way that has made the board aware of what this program will look like. Again, when their STEM Governor School was proposed, from the very beginning, the board was given presentations, made aware of how everything was going as the process developed. And that's why it took a few years for that to happen. Part of that was because there's multiple districts involved, not just Radford University spearheading this. But what's the impact? Are they going to allow our students to participate free of charge and they're covering everything? How is this working? And again, what is the criteria? For me, it's very important how our students are selected, what they need to do to be considered, because quite frankly, with the governor's school, the STEM program, I think there's some biases toward groups of children who may not have had the opportunities to be able to be prepared or even understand that there would be an opportunity in the future for them to attend the governor's school. So we need to make sure we're doing this the right way and with the governance from the board.
May I respond to the comment that was directed at me? I understand that Radford is leading this initiative, but a governor's school would have its own governance structure and be incorporated into our curriculum and instruction. My understanding, just like with the governor's school that currently exists, so it's not like if this is a department of Radford University and that we have some just cooperative agreement, they would have its own governance structure. So I understand that they're hosting, but the fact that I actually don't know the governance structure raises some of these questions.
Yeah, we just kind of ad hoc in it here. That's going around. Do we have any questions, Ms. Parton? Ms. Bond? Cool. Mr. Purcell, anything else to add? Dr. Roundtree?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. I do think it'd be a good idea when, as soon as possible, when there's information that is together enough to present to the board on the current status. It'd be good to get that update, right? So we're not waiting for a final decision as to whether or not we want to participate before we learn more about it, right? I'm not sure the current state of that stuff and what's coming next, but I do share the same interest with the others to want to learn more about it.
And I could share, just as I said earlier, so the board is understanding, all these are draft documents. As long as y'all understand that, I'll get it tomorrow. I'll share it with you what we have so far.
Ms. Franklin, in terms of how it was done historically, was that public presentations and discussions and stuff? Yeah, okay. So,
You took the words right out of my mouth.
yes, ma'am.
Yes. Those are
Okay.
public presentations.
Do we have any sense, I don't know if you can answer this, do we have a sense for the timeline in terms of when it might go back and when there might be further review? Like, is this like imminent next week, or are we still talking weeks, months?
We had a meeting scheduled tentatively in February, but I think that was canceled because of the Department of Education saying that their proposal needed revisions to get back. I don't have that timeline. As soon as I get that, I will share that with the school board.
Okay. Just thinking about the timeline for when to get something on our agenda, but, okay.
Can we request a presentation from Radford to the board?
I mean, we could, but I could present it to the board. I just want to put all that information. It was in draft format. I wasn't sure it was ready for public consumption, but I'll do it. I think I was going to share with all of you, and I think I just heard that you would rather have it in a public presentation. If I heard that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, but I also kind of feel that Radford's putting this together, and as the largest county in the surrounding area, they should come to us and present it themselves.
I could talk to Dr. Danilowitz. I don't think he would be opposed to that, knowing his magnanimous personality.
Especially once there's like an actual plan, an approved school, right? At that point, I would anticipate them going around to all the counties and say, hey, come on, let's get on with this thing. I guess the question is, at what point is it appropriate for him to start doing that, right? We haven't made any decisions whether or not we want to participate or not, but at some point, I agree.
I think earlier is better to start the conversation in case there are any questions.
Okay. Any other comments, board? No, I was. It's okay. Dr. Reagan, was that it, sir?
I'm sorry. That's all I had. I apologize.
Okay. No, you're good. Great. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, Dr. Bragan, along with the local law enforcement, will be available to answer questions regarding the retired school security officer's presentation that was presented at our December 3rd, 2024 board meeting. And there's a presentation. Yeah, right. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, we had previously presented this to the school board a few meetings ago, I forget where, and one of the comments we had was if we could bring back our law enforcement leadership, if they can answer any questions we may or may not had. I'll just scroll through these really quickly, Tosh, if you can go through that. All right. The idea was an opportunity to have school security officers in the building to fill some of those positions that we're having trouble filling with our current SRO positions. And the problem is there's a shortage. You can just kind of go through them. There's a shortage of SROs, and local law enforcement, both the leadership in the towns as well as in the county, as the sheriff's department, have said to me, Bern, we're having trouble getting dedicated school resource officers for each of the buildings, which we wanted to do. And some of the people that we've had retirements that we haven't been able to fill people right now. And it takes a while to train an SRO. It takes a while to get people up to speed to work in that capacity. You can't just get somebody out of the academy and put them in there. So one of the options was to have a retired police officer that would act as a school security officer. And those are some of the things that we were going to explore. If you remember, we did include this in the budget. You can go on to the next slide, the next one. And we thought it was a good way to bridge the gap. And right now we have some elementary schools in Blacksburg that we currently don't have the capacity to fill, that we thought this would be a good thing to do. And currently we have 2 vacancies down in Charlottesville too, where people had left and or retired. So I think it's a good option. I think it's an opportunity for us to fill those gaps. And then at some point when the SRO positions can be staffed by either the county sheriffs or the town police departments, we could use those people in a different capacity and maybe enhance some of our larger schools. That was the presentation, that was the thought. The cost we had there was for 4 school security officers, and all the costs associated with those came out to about $280,000. And then people said they had some questions and I contacted the sheriff and the 2 chiefs from the police department who had said they would come today to answer any questions. Here we are.
Great. I guess before we answer any specific questions, anything you'd like to add on top of what Dr. Reagan presented?
We will let you just go ahead and fire away at us. Dr. Bragan, members of the board, Mr. Chairman, thanks for having us.
Of course.
I do want to relay that Chief Brewster wanted to be with us from Blacksburg. He is dealing with some weather-related issues that could not wait. So we'll try to take up his slack.
He does intend to forward a letter of support for this.
Yeah, just on that, Sheriff, to add to Sheriff Parton, the Chief Brewster sent a letter to me this afternoon, basically says, Dear Superintendent Bragan, this letter is to express my support for the school security officer positions for Montgomery County Public Schools. These positions would greatly assist law enforcement through Montgomery County with adding additional layer of protection for students, faculty, and staff within our public schools.
Okay, great. School board, any questions? Who wants to start?
Would you all like us to give you maybe a kickstart and explain the difference
That'd be great.
between
Sure.
the school resource officer and the school security officer? So school resource officers are law enforcement officers, whether they be a deputy or a police officer. They are trained just like we all are trained through the police academy and hold the state and Department of Criminal Justice Services certification that we need to hold. School resource officers, therefore, can handle situations in the school, such as any type of criminal activity, larcenies, fights, assaults, anything like that. Most of the time, school resource officer can take that complaint, make the appropriate charges if there need be, and take care of it that way. And the school security officer.
Well, as the sheriff noted, the SROs have the power of arrest. I mean, they are a law enforcement officer working in the school. They serve as a liaison to the staff and students to hopefully help, foster relationships with the students and staff, but they also are there to enforce the law and do the things they're doing. They're employees of the local law enforcement agency, even though they're attached to a school. The school security officers are school district employees. They don't have the power to arrest. They have the power to detain someone who breaks the law while somebody can come and deal with that, just like a staff or administrator might. And somebody that breaks the law or creates a safety violation or a risk to the student body or the staff, they can intervene in that circumstance. But they would act more as a school administrator. They are a school employee. And I know from watching some of your previous meetings, the question was raised, what's the difference? How are they dealing with that? What would we be dealing with search and seizure issues? And could the localities fund this? Could they be just another law enforcement officer? There's a kind of a bifurcated answer there. You, as the elected body, could work out a deal with the local governments, but you couldn't take advantage of the retired law enforcement officers to do that. You could just hire security officers, and they would be separate. But under the retiree school security officer program, the school security officer has to be an employee of the school district. Because the big bonus, the reason all retired officers would want to do this and be motivated to do this is they can draw their retirement from law enforcement and be employed full-time by the school district. If they're our employees, they can't draw their retirement and be employed at the same time. So that's why they would have to be school district employees. But that puts the control within the school administration. So again, their function there is not to enforce the law. is to provide another layer of security and safety for the school environment.
As the chief said, that is the only opportunity that we know of where someone can be fully retired in the Virginia retirement system and come back full-time. You can't do that otherwise. You can't, if I retire next month, I can't come back to work full-time with the law enforcement or any VRS system. I couldn't come back and be a staff member, school bus driver, full-time in a VRS position. That's the only position we know of. That's why the chief said that's kind of appetizing for a retired law enforcement officer.
And the benefit to the school system, what you get when you hire a retired officer, we're fortunate in Virginia in law enforcement that we can retire at a fairly early age. Our officers and deputies can retire at age 50. So what you get, though, by doing that is you're hiring the experience. I mean, you're getting somebody who has 25 years of recognizing when something's amiss, being trained in situational awareness, being trained in Fourth Amendment issues, being trained in First Amendment issues, knowing all the things that officers are trained. They have that. They have that recently. So you get, for lack of a better term, you hopefully get a better product than if you just hire security officers, because you're getting 25 years worth of experience in dealing with the public, in mediation and conflict resolution, and doing all those different things. And they're familiar with the laws recently, so it gives them a much better background on what to do, when to do it, when something is a procedural violation, an administrative rule violation versus a criminal violation.
Does that open up any questions?
Yeah, thanks for those details. I think that helped me a lot anyway. Board, any questions? Start.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a procedural one. Just, and last time we talked, we would buy body armor, we would buy firearms. When we have a officer that stops being a RSSO, and then we hire a new one in that interim, body armor, I think we can probably find a place to store firearms. Where would we be storing firearms? Would we have a place? Would we work with the local law enforcement to store those firearms until we have a new officer?
We would be happy, since we have the majority of the SROs already, I would be happy to try to accommodate any of those issues. But you did bring up a very good point. So you have someone outfitted who is performing the duty, and, oh, I'm sorry, I don't think I like this anymore, I'm moving on. And then you hire someone else. Well, obviously, if you've got someone my size and their body armor, and you hire someone smaller, it is usually an investment that never forgets you. And we deal with the same thing. So.
But we can store the firearms in the short term until you have a new employee. I mean, generally speaking, and this would be your policy-making decisions, we would expect the officers would be taking their weapons home with them at night. I mean, they're trained to deal with that and store them safely. So while they're your employee, that would be the obvious answer to that. If you had that vacancy and just said, we need this stored till we can hire somebody new, we can certainly do that. They're required to go through the state firearms training, the same thing that we do, and they have to do it with us. They have to meet the standard that law enforcement officers do if they're going to be an armed security officer in a school, regardless of whether they're your employee or an SRO.
And the sheriff and the chiefs have assured us that they would help us with that training and the qualification. Obviously, that's not something I've been well trained in as an educator, firearm safety and all that, and what the requirements are to carry and to qualify on an annual basis, I think it is. And I know Sheriff Parton and the chief had said that they would allow us to use their facilities for qualifying and all that. So I would imagine, Dr. Roundtree, the same thing would occur for storage of firearms, would be something we could do with them.
We already do the qualifications for our retirees anyway. That's a requirement of the law. If a retired officer wants to carry a concealed weapon after they retire, they have to qualify annually, and we already have it set up. So it would wouldn't change anything for us to qualify that.
Sounds good, thanks.
Ms. Franklin?
Well, I really like the idea that officers would be able to, and I hope people don't use the term double dip, because I really dislike that term when people serve and then have the opportunity to keep earning an income. So I really appreciate that opportunity is there. My concern is, so let's just put it out there. You know, the town of Blacksburg says they don't have the personnel. They just cannot get the personnel to help fill the SRO positions. So what happens when the town of Christiansburg says, well, wait a minute, if you all are doing this there, you do go ahead and take care of the officers that serve Christiansburg. And then if the county decides, okay, this is a better opportunity for us too, as a county, not to be footing this whole bill, even though they kind of do, it's still not at the same level because they're not employed by the county. It'll be the impact on the school district's budget. So if, as I stated in the last meeting, I don't want us to have our own police force, and that could happen if folks just say, hey, you all just do this from now on. And then we would have to hire a chief security officer or someone to oversee that office. And I've just got concerns about how this will take away or could possibly start taking away from the general funds, the budget with the school system.
A couple points there. As far as the money invested, you will get this retired, already trained officer for about half of what we would pay someone we hire. And we're not pushing for this program. This is your program. We're just here to answer questions. My ultimate goal is to find and hire SROs. But I don't think the program would get out of hand because you all control it. You decide how many you want. And between you all and Dr. Bragan, you would decide where they went. They are your employees and not ours. Personally, I think it's a very good investment to have someone trained in a school that has no one there. And that's our goal. I think that's everyone's ultimate goal, is we want someone there.
And I feel comfortable speaking for Chief Brewster as well. It will never be our intention to get rid of SROs, to use this program to supplant SROs, because it is two different functions. And we've had discussions about this in the past. We would see this more working hand in hand rather than one replaces the other, even though it might shift the financial burden. That's not something that we talk about too much at our level. That's done by the elected officials above us. But our goal would be to have, even if we were able to staff all the schools with SROs eventually, and now you have 4 employees that are school security officers, we would love to see that as an augmentation to a school that had a larger student body. Because while we're very fortunate in this area and have low violent crime and have good students, good schools, we have seen times with the larger student bodies where SROs already tied up at one end of the school, something else happens at another, and they're trying to deal with all of it at once. This would give them that extra set of hands to help with that. So, you know, all I can express to you is our intention is not to shift the burden of an SRO onto the school board and say they've got their own police department now, we can just pull our guys back and put them on the street. We fully intend to keep SROs in the school.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say, I'm not saying that you all would.
Right.
But the bodies that govern you all might decide that's a path that they would like to take.
Right.
So that's my concern with this.
Anything else, Ms. Franklin?
Ms. Franklin, I feel confident enough right now with our current board, with the relationship that we share, enjoying each other's advice and feedback, I think they would fully go along with however we were operating and felt best. And certainly, you've known us a long time. We're going to do what's best.
Again, I don't have any doubt about that. It's the financial impact because if we end up with 20 security officers, that impact with just what the budget is right now for compensation would be almost $1.5 million. Once you add in the training, we're looking at $1.5 million. And then with equipment that may not be able to be passed on to other employees, then it can go a little higher. And that will be a huge impact on our budget unless folks are willing to chip in and say, okay, we will help out with this, or there's a commitment that those funds will be there for this purpose and not impact the general funds or capital funds for the school system.
Above our pay grade.
I'm sorry.
Above our pay grade.
I know, and
Ms. Franklin, that might be a discussion that we can have when we meet with our joint board of supervisors, and we could talk probably a bit just to see where they are about that. I'm just throwing that out there as a topic for us to possibly bring up at our next joint meeting and just see, get their feel on that aspect, if you think it would be a good idea.
Well, and reading between the lines, I think the county probably wouldn't be too much difference because the pot's the same. But when you're talking about towns, that's a different pot. And we've already seen where there's been some infractions on SRO officers being funded in schools. So I hear what you're saying, and has nothing to do with you gentlemen. It has to do with elected officials, as you say, so I hear what you're saying and where you're coming from. I just had a question. Would you guys be able to recommend who we would hire? I understand they would be a Montgomery County Schools employee, but everybody kind of understands their workforce best. And so it would be very indifferent for an educating factor to employ or hire the best, because just because they may be a fantastic officer doesn't mean they're a fantastic school officer. So how would we do that? What could we do to make that work?
I think in your normal hiring process, whenever there comes the time for any type of background questioning or checking of the references,
You guys could get together?
it would certainly be advisable for whoever is conducting that process to probably give one of us a
speak to
call. Come see us.
Okay, right, thanks.
One of us is certainly, between the three of us, we're certainly going to know, if they're local, who is applying.
So I've burnt Sheriff Parton's ear with questions already at home, so thank you for that, honey. And Chris, thank you for being here tonight. I am all for this program. I do think that our SRO shortage is hopefully temporary, and we do have things like retirements and things come up, but I do think that a lot of the time that we end up hiring the right people. It's just more or less trying to find the person and the time-wise as far as the training that needs to go into it. So I personally would rather have someone in the school than no one in the school. And if we've got two of them in there, that's great. But I do see issues happening at schools now, and some since we've had an SRO leave the school already. So I would highly recommend us getting talking more and maybe talking to the Board of Supervisors and seeing if we can't try to get this, to get on board with this, because I want to do everything in my power, I know, to try to keep our students and our staff safe as we possibly can. So thanks for your time tonight, and I appreciate you both and all you do.
Sure, we're all out of order.
Okay.
Just hop on in there.
Okay, I have one more question. Talking about the body armor, is that something that you can own personally after you're out of a position of being an officer somewhere? I'm just thinking, it's just kind of like our iPads, you know, you can, I didn't know if that was something that you could purchase
can.
that would help with some of the financial obligation of it.
You can, some law enforcement agencies have their people purchase their own armor. It's not, that should be, I mean, going into this eyes wide open, that would be a recurring cost for the board because it only has a 5-year warranty. So we, you know, for officers, we replace it every 5 years anyway.
Well, I'm saying if you did have someone like Sheriff Parton said, oh, hey, this isn't for me, you know, was with us a year, 6 months, and, you know, they were kind of like, I may go to a different district, I may do something different. This one's just not made for me, but I would like to purchase this. I mean, is that something you can do as an individual or no?
That would be totally up to you all.
Well,
whether
but I
you
mean, it's not
wanted
like
to.
illegal or anything, is
It's not
it?
a
I mean,
restricted item.
okay. Because I mean, that's something that could help with the cost of something like that being fitted to each person. I mean, that could run into a costly effect. So, as you well stated.
They are very adjustable too.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't say that.
They're sized,
Okay.
height and width, but they are adjustable.
So it's not like
And,
completely
and
fitted.
after someone wears them for a long time, like this one is pretty much formed to me now. I don't have to do a whole lot when I put it on.
Right.
And a lot of us are outer vest as well. So later on discussion, you all might decide to do that. And that's what you see most of our patrol folks in now. Everything is up top as opposed to the duty belt. That's because we've realized over the years that these old duty belts are tearing backs up. And that's why I walk around like I do. But they are adjustable, and it might not be a waste. It might be able to be passed on.
Right. Okay.
And one last thing, since we are speaking for Chief Brewster, I love talking for Todd when I can. We will do everything we can to try to mitigate any cost that you might have. I mean, it means that much to us. I say I'm not pushing for this, and I'm really not, but if you all decide to go forward with it, it's a great thing for us to have another body in a school. It's like you said. And I gotta tell you, we all pay about the same, our starting salaries. We've been competing with each other for a lot of years, and I think the governing bodies finally realized, let's just try to stay real close. And it's not a bad starting salary. But when we say it's hard to get SROs, the county has allowed me to offer a $10,000 sign-on bonus. All that person has to do is be certified, number one, have 2 years' experience because DCJS mandates that, and verbally commit to me that they will give me 2 years in a school. $10,000 sign-on bonus on top of a very good starting pay. And that's someone who's going to have at least 2 years behind them, probably 3, 4, 5, 6. So that pay will be increased based on their experience as we compare it to what our more tenured people have. That's been out there. Captain Hollingsworth, who's with me tonight, put that on our social media page 3 or 4 months ago. Applicants.
Dr. Guthrie.
We are trying.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here
Yes, sir.
for this really important conversation. When we had the last presentation, I asked questions about the insurance implications, for instance, or were there legal concerns that we might be aware, should be made aware of. Another is you don't know what you don't know. And so I wondered, like with other counties and other school districts, if they could help us just to know more from their experience, because this is something new. So I understand that the SSO would not have the ability to arrest; they could detain. Are there other vulnerabilities that we might have by having an SSO instead of an SRO that we should consider? And I appreciate your support for the program, and we need to have them. I've been concerned about not having SROs. I'm favorable. I just want to make sure we know what we don't know, fill some of those gaps. Are there vulnerabilities? Also, I think one of the questions that came up at the last conversation was in terms of reporting. But it sounds like if they're just a school board employee, that they don't have any additional reporting responsibilities than any other employee. So that was another question, not just like, can they arrest, but also what do they have to report? Might they have to report as an SSO instead of an SRO?
That would largely be a policy issue that you would sit within the schools. You could potentially run into a circumstance where they were a mandated reporter like one of your employees might be, but that wouldn't be make a mandatory report to the police department. That would be follow the procedures you already have in place for that. As far as they wouldn't be making police reports or conducting follow-up investigations, doing anything like that on criminal activity. Now, depending on what your administrative staff in the school wanted them to do, they might investigate an administrative rule violation, things like that, much as your staff does now. I mean, you have principals and vice principals who look into issues that happen in the schools every day. So they're conducting an investigation. It's just not with the intention of developing criminal evidence to take to trial. That would be the same function as an SSO. Mm-hmm. If an SSO encountered a criminal act, then I would see it that they would work in concert with the SRO or turn it over to the SRO and say, here's what happened. I think this is a crime, and if once it is, then the SRO would take over and conduct the criminal investigation, while then the school staff would do the administrative investigation as they do now. And that's exactly how it already works. I mean, that's basically what you see now, because you have some instances, most instances are handled administratively within the school system. You have some that are serious enough that warrant criminal prosecution and administrative action on the part of the school or the school board. I don't think this would change that at all. As far as vulnerabilities, I'm not 100% sure I'm following the question, other than, they would be empowered by law as an armed school security officer. Their first and foremost obligation and duty is to protect the safety of the people in that school. I mean, that's their job. That's why they're in there, the main reason. So I don't think you're going to see it. I don't think you would discover it to be an additional vulnerability because they're lacking some of the criminal investigative things that an SRO has, because that resource is still there to them. If they determine something is a criminal act, they're either going to involve the SRO or call law enforcement, which is the same procedure you do now. But you have that extra set of eyes, that extra person to stand between your staff and the students if something dangerous approaches the school. So I think it's going to add strength to the school. And I don't know enough about it. This is relatively new. This was a 2023 change to the law that allowed us to put retired school officers or retired police officers in the school and still collect their retirement. But as far as your liability, should your security officer take action in some setting, I don't really see. Now, this was something to consult with your legal counsel on. I mean, I'm not at all qualified to give you legal advice, but I don't think you incur any more liability than you already have. If you have a threatening situation in the school, now it's your school staff, now it's your administrators trying to deal with it. And they, if anything, that would be a greater liability because they don't have prior training and background in dealing with those kind of issues.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay.
One interesting point Chris reminded me of, one of the criteria is to be within 10 years of retiring from the law enforcement agency to becoming employed by the school system. And that could be big for whoever is applying. Right now, Senate Bill 555 is in subcommittee, and the patron of that bill has proposed to eliminate that 10 years. So that could be big come hiring time.
And then one other question. So the program that's been mentioned a couple of times, can we have information about that program, or is it literally just about how they get retirement and just some of the information we have from this slide? Is there something else that we should review about the program before we make this decision?
Is your question that?
So there was a couple of references to the program. So this is not something we're inventing. This is the other divisions. So is there a state program that lays out beyond just, okay, the parameter is 10 years out, they can still collect a retirement?
Requirement. There's an additional training requirement to be a security officer in a school, because you could, the change that allows officers to continue to draw their retirement is just a change with the VRS law. It didn't really come in as a developed program for school systems.
I see.
So you could have any officer apply for this, any retired officer apply for this. They may not have prior experience in a school, so you might not necessarily be getting a retired SRO. You'd just be getting a retired police officer. So there is a training requirement imposed by the state for any security officer in a school, that they have to meet a criteria established by the Department of Criminal Justice Services to be a certified school security officer. And the retirees would still have to go through that.
Okay, and that's all just laid out in the code? Is that, when you talk about the program, it's
in the
basically
code,
just complying with the
It's
code?
in the administrative code primarily that governs training.
Okay,
It sets out criteria with regard to mediation and all sorts of different things that they want the person to have training in before they can take this job.
okay, wonderful. Thank you for answering my questions. I mean, I feel, and this isn't directed toward you, that it's a significant program that we would be implementing. And I mean, we have the slides, but I personally would feel more comfortable if we had something in writing, the actual proposal, and if we could deal with some of these issues, and then have that reviewed by legal counsel to raise any concerns and just to review it, because we don't have a whole lot of details here, and we're putting in the budget for next year, so we're going to be doing this pretty quickly if we do it. I don't know if any other board members feels that way. So I'm supportive. I would just love to get a little bit more information, but I might be the only one here.
I'm not sure what details are missing, Dr. Guidry.
So for instance, do we need to develop, so they're not, I mean, they're going to be school employees.
Correct.
Right? So do we have to is there going to be a separate policy that we need that covers them, because we're going to have employees with firearms in our buildings? So are there do we need to review our policies? Like, do they fall under just the normal policies for an employee? Because some of the things that were just raised here, well, that's something that you're going to have to decide as a school board. Well, if we're hiring somebody for next year, we're going to have to decide, we're going to have to make decisions about the parameters of these employees. So that's just what I was wondering about.
I'm not sure on the specifics you're asking for. Regarding firearm use, will we have to have a specific policy? Is that what you're asking?
Well, so we're going to be employing these people, and this program. So is this just going to be an internal HR procedure for how we hire them and how they interact with staff and teachers, or what's the process for moving forward? Because we have a presentation here, but if we're going to put in the budget, that means basically we got to be ready to go by the next school year. That's the only thing that I was wondering about. But thank you so much. I appreciate you being here and answering our questions.
Mr. Guidry, there are several large school systems who have implemented this already.
Okay.
I'm sure they would be more than happy to share for review whatever they've done, their policy. I know Lynchburg City actually took this program full speed. So I'm sure they have developed whatever they need to. Do you know of anyone else, Chris? I don't.
I know they're, the next class, the only class I'm aware of to certify school security officers in Manassas at the end of this month, which would lead me to believe that one of the Northern Virginia localities is doing this, and I'm pretty sure Fairfax has already done this.
And, okay, I'd love to see how they implemented this.
And all of those agencies are either nationally or state level accredited. I'm sure they probably have some excellent model policies.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah.
like us, no need to reinvent the wheel.
Exactly.
If it's out there.
And to answer part of one of your questions, the school board under the code would have to vote to allow firearms in the school. And that's it for school security officers to be armed.
Mhm.
The school board would have to give permission for that to happen.
Right, right.
That would be in your control. Now, but again, it would sort of be up to you to develop the policy of storage and that kind of thing.
Right, right. Thank you.
And if you're interested, I've got a list of what topics are covered by the training program for school security officers. And it's brief. Their roles and responsibilities in the school, problem-solving resources, freedom, search and seizure, due process, FERPA, reporting school offenses, dealing with unattached youth, community risk factors, gang factors in students, and dealing with students with disabilities, are what the training covers from DCJS.
And they cover all that in 5 modules in 2 days.
Impressive.
So.
Well, not to put words in Dr. Guthrie's mouth, but I think that, you know, those schools could be good examples, because I think part of the question is, do we need to institute separate policies in order to do this, right? Or do they just get rolled into general hiring and employee practices like other staff, right? So it'd be good to look at those and see if they do have policies that we could model and steal, right? And if they don't, then that means that maybe we don't need a policy, but that would be good to know, right? So, okay, Ms. Purcell.
I think a lot of my questions were already addressed by other board members, especially concerning funding, and that's out of your out of your wheelhouse anyway. And I know that the schools that are highlighted for this program are out of your jurisdictions, but as you said that you were speaking for Chief Brewster tonight, how would you potentially see a relationship developing, or just making sure that there is good communication between a school security officer and local law enforcement, and also just, I think, just the presence of an officer every once in the school is important to community building. So how might you see that potentially evolving?
We all have SROs in our jurisdictions, the sheriff's office, because of the number of schools and the size. We have more, but there are seasoned SROs in Blacksburg and Christiansburg and in the county who would be able to build those relationships with those school security officers. Not only make them feel welcome, but help them with any questions that they might have. But I have no doubt once you get the right person, and let's say you put them in, I don't know, Gilbert Lincoln. Let's say you put them in an elementary school in Blacksburg. There's no way that someone is not going to just be able to go in there and not fall in love with the kids, and they're going to fall in love with them. We have people that they can rely on and communicate with, and that they won't leave them out there hanging, because they know what that would be like. Nobody wants to be by themselves, and we wouldn't let them be.
And I think those relationships would sort of develop organically, similar to how it does now with the SRO and the school staff. I mean, it's awkward at first. When we first started SROs years and years ago, it was uneasy for school staff to have, here's a cop, and all of a sudden, never been here before. But after, a week, 10 days, of school, the relationships just start to form. People get to know each other, and I think this would be the same way. I don't think you would have any issues with that. As far as the relationship with local law enforcement, one of the things that would really help grow that would be the training. You know, them coming to the police department or coming to the sheriff's office for firearms training annually. I'm sure the sheriff, I know I would welcome them to any kind of tactical training or any kind of school response training we did, so they would have knowledge of what our procedures were going to be. And those training environments, just as you see in a school environment, those are where people really mesh and learn what each other's all about, know how to interact with one another and know what to expect from each other. So I think those opportunities, I really wouldn't see this as being, these are school security officers and they don't interact with us, we're law enforcement, and vice versa. I think it would be a more organic development of a symbiotic relationship.
We would never let that happen here. The bonds that we share as the law enforcement community here, that wouldn't happen. This would be a great place for them to come to work.
Okay, board, any more questions? This has been a great discussion tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
All right, next up, Katie Seidman, our MCEA president, will present an update from the Montgomery County Education Association.
Good evening again, Chair Hudson, Dr. Bragan, and members of the board. My name is Katie Seidemann, and I am thrilled to be here tonight to present to you a report on behalf of the Montgomery County Education Association. We are very appreciative of your willingness to add us to your very busy agenda, and we hope that this open line of communication continues to foster the spirit of cooperation and collaboration between our two organizations. First, I would like to comment on a few things that were brought up at the last school board meeting, specifically related to the proposed budget. The MCEA is in full support of the proposed 3% raise for all employees, with the hope that the legislature will also invest in our educators and that percentage will end up being even higher. The MCEA is also in support of the proposed change to a 15-step salary scale from our current 36-step salary scale. Our MCEA leadership has discussed this change with Dr. Bragan at length, and we firmly believe that it will be incredibly beneficial for both our staff recruitment and retention. Lastly, the MCEA is also in support of the newly created positions included in the proposed budget, specifically related to special education. I completely understand the thinking behind hiring for the open positions we currently have before hiring for the new positions. Dr. Bragan has proposed including these new positions in the budget because that's what we've been asking for. We are in significant need regarding our special ed department, and we would prefer to plan for what we need than to continue to scrape by on what we have. The MCEA is also thrilled to see the addition of a dedicated 504 coordinator position in the proposed budget. We've been working with Dr. Bragan since last summer to develop a solution for this particular challenge, and we, along with the counselors affected, are very much in support of these additional positions that will allow our counselors to better support our students. Secondly, I would like to thank the administration for once again not increasing healthcare premiums. As we've said before, a salary increase and an increase in healthcare premiums is not an increase at all. We appreciate the commitment to doing right by our MCPS staff. Along those same lines, we have heard tremendous positive feedback regarding the switch to Delta Dental coverage. The coverage is better and cheaper for all employees, and we appreciate the administration looking for ways to minimize the costs to our employees. The MCEA leadership is in support of the proposed calendars for the next 3 years. The calendars are practical for staff while also providing meaningful breaks for staff and students. Lastly, I would like to provide you with a brief update on our collective bargaining efforts for staff. Our certified staff have been working with an active contract since the start of the year and have been extremely satisfied with the results. While there are always some growing pains with these types of contracts, especially considering this is our very first collective bargaining contract, we are pleased with the collaborative efforts between the administration and our MCEA leadership and are looking forward to continuing it. Our administrative group has negotiated a contract that both sides are happy with, and we are hoping to have a ratified contract for that employee group in the next month. In regards to our classified employee group, our collective bargaining chair has compiled a comprehensive list of employee priorities and is assembling our ESP negotiating team next week. We will be starting negotiations for our support staff with Dr. Bragan in the next few weeks, and we are hopeful that they will be as straightforward and as collaborative as our previous negotiations have been. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to address the board at this time, and we look forward to continuing this type of open communication. Thank you very much. What questions can I answer for you?
Okay, thanks for presenting, I appreciate it. Board, any questions? That must have been a great update.
I like this.
Me too.
Awesome. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, next up, Joshua Bauer, Senior Project Manager with Crabtree, Rohrbach, and Associates will present MCPS Capital Projects Update. How are we doing, Mr. Bauer?
Fantastic. How are you?
Great.
Chairman Hudson, School Board, Dr. Bregan, thank you all again for allowing me the opportunity to give you an update on the 5 buildings that you've asked us to do an overall study on. From the last meeting when we gave a presentation, there was a request to do a couple of things. One was to go back and re-engage with the administration, if possible, talk with parents, PTA, PTO, and also work to organize the list into a more a priority-based list. We absolutely enjoyed the experience of spending some more additional quality time with your administration, and we got to attend some great events. You know, there was a carnival event, got to go to some PTA meetings. I had a pizza party. It was actually quite wonderful. And what was really great about it was that it was amazing how many folks showed up to all the different meetings. I know Chairman Husband was at least at one of them, and you know, the folks really came in and they gave us a lot of constructive feedback. Said, hey, these are things that's awesome, and here are things that are maybe we could improve just a little bit. Some consistent things we heard is how much they appreciated the school board and all the efforts that you guys put forward to make the education and the environment as good as possible. And Dr. Bregan, you know, that we heard a lot of positive feedback from your efforts. The condition of the schools as far as the upkeep, you know, but you know what everybody recognizes is that time goes by and things have to be improved. You know that with your home, with your car, you know, those things have to be done. So I promise, unlike other presentations, I will be as concise and brief as possible, but I'm happy to be here as long as desired. So if we could let's start talking about Harding Avenue Elementary School. So one thing that was important is that folks were not as excited about saying, okay, this is number 1, this is number 2, number 3. But what we heard was here's kind of the top 5, and then the next 5 to 10, and then 10 to 15 is a lot of what we received as far as feedback. Some big things to hear with all the schools was safety and security was really kind of one of the highest and biggest concerns. You know, for the students, for the staff, that kind of rose to the top for all of them. Some additional things were HVAC, lighting, and plumbing. Again, as we're looking at fixtures getting older, they asked for some love on that. So with Harding Avenue, this is really quite a fantastic building, and you guys have put some love into it with HVAC improvements, along with we just wrapped up the security vestibule, which allows the visitors to come into a vestibule and then go only into the administrative area and really kind of separate the ability for someone from the public visitor to be able to go into the student area without permission. So let me see if I can go to the next slide here. Okay, so a couple of big things with Harding Avenue. I'm sure that everybody's been through the building. Again, it's a wonderful building, great teachers. So the security is number 1, and along with that was the request for a classroom for the building, which is an open plan, to be enclosed, to have the classrooms, to have actual quarters and walls in between each of the classrooms. Not only from the standpoint of distraction, from the standpoint of teacher to teacher and student to student areas, but also from the standpoint of improving security that someone goes into, from outside and comes into that space. It is a very open plan. And we're not going to get into all the security challenges, but that was one thing that was a request was, can we put walls and doors? Now, this is my 26th year being an architect. Two things that I've done a lot of is one is I've taken open plan schools from the 70s and put walls in. The other one is I've replaced urinals that went all the way down to the floor. Those are two things I've say that I've done the most in my career. Sorry. So that was a big request. The other thing was to remove the modulars and bring fifth grade and the specials into the building itself. One thing that is a challenge, which again they've done a great job of, is that I don't know if you noticed, but the kitchen and the servery are in a different location than when they actually serve the students. So what the students do is they go and grab their trays, and they walk from the kitchen down the corridor to the multi-purpose room. So if we were to make improvements and possibly do a dining room addition or renovate a portion of that, that would definitely be a positive. And then I said with all the elementary schools, the desire was to have a separate gymnasium and dining room, was the big concern. The challenge is that, again, a multi-purpose room with a stage, a cafeteria, and a gym is not really awesome at any of those tasks when you try to consolidate all of those into one space. A couple new things that did pop up in the discussion was a huge request to improve the car and bus drop-off, to make it longer so that more cars can get off the street. It's more friendly to parents. And also to improve parking. Those are a couple requests, along with to create instructional office space outside of the administrative area. And the third one, because we met in the STEM lab, was, can we put a sink in the STEM lab? So that was the number one request of the STEM teacher, was to put the sink in there. I said really great feedback. And I said the top five, I said, were the improved security, adding walls in the classrooms, demolish the modulars and replace those spaces, renovate the kitchen, and then construct the fifth grade addition or make the space. Those are really the top five requests for Harding Elementary. The other ones, which are important, didn't fall in the top five. So are there any questions on, as we're looking at Harding by itself, so the list of improvement items kind of as they requested for the priority, and then to look at the comprehensive renovation, which is option number 2, kind of encompasses all of those pieces, and also plans out for the additional renovations to be the entire building, not just picking pieces, if that makes sense. My latest number was 264, but that could be, that may be a couple of months old, so I don't know exactly what the number is today.
Harding Avenue, 274 as of the December count.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I stand corrected. Thank you, sir. So 284, 274, so look, we're in that range. The challenge is the building is pretty well maxed out. And so one of the things we found is when you start to put walls and doors in the classrooms, it tends to shrink it down just a little bit. So the other thing we'd have to look at is, if you wanted to go forward with this, was to actually do a layout to see what the impact was and what the addition size would be once we actually did a layout, if that is a desire of the school board. Okay, any questions on Harding? And we can always come back. Okay, if not, let's go to Gilbert Linkus. Again, another fantastic event as far as being able to engage with staff and with parents. And it was really quite fantastic with all of them to have the parents take time out of their busy schedule. We encourage them to bring their children. I said, at the middle school, we actually bought pizzas. I think I bought 15 pizzas, and I was seeing in about 12 minutes, 15 pizzas were gone. So it was actually quite fantastic. So Gilbert Linkus, a couple things that we talked about last time. You may remember this, is that one of the options was to actually create an intersection between the upper and the primary quarters. And in engaging with them, and they said, hey, Josh, maybe that's not what we want to do. It was a little bit high in the number of classrooms, And while they got excited about the possibility of having the outdoor classroom, they were not excited about giving up the playground space, because that's really where the playground is located. So they said, hey, can we back that up just a little bit and maybe, do, four additional classrooms. Let's increase the size of the upper elementary classrooms. And those would be the improvements which we think would add the most value. Another thing that was interesting was the annex. So the annex at both here and at Margaret Beeks, the number one request was, can we actually have a physical connection? Because right now you leave the main building and you go over to the annex. And also, can we improve the function? So one of the things that we looked at as an option, which folks seemed to get excited about, was turning the annex into the cafeteria. Putting the kitchen, the dining room. They said, well, hey, wait a second, Josh. We have specials in those. We have STEM, we have music and art. That's happening in that space. We want to make sure that we accommodate for those. So what we found was we have enough space in that annex with a small addition to do the kitchen, the dining room, art, music, and a small addition for STEM could fit all in that space. It actually accommodates quite well. But the number one request was to make it a better function, but also to have a physical connection so the students didn't have to go outside. Again, both from a standpoint of they have to put their jackets on if it's raining, and also from a security standpoint that they weren't going outside, even though it is relatively protected from a visual standpoint. So the 5 that we heard, as far as the highest request for improvement was to improve security, to construct a separate gym and cafeteria, and then repurpose those spaces. Renovate the HVAC and improve controls in the spaces, and to renovate the staff and the student toilets. And that was kind of a concern with all the schools, was to make them more accessible, make them more friendly for the students, both from a standpoint of having the toilets behind the wall and the sinks possibly in the corridor, to try to reduce the amount of time behind the wall. And then to improve the car and bus drop-off. This one was a really high priority from the parents. They said they have a lot of challenges with the amount of time it takes them to drop off and pick up their student, along with the amount of parking after hours. And that was really kind of a new one as far as a higher priority. Probably the biggest change from last time to this time is that the intersecting option that had the 11 classrooms was actually asked not to happen, to have that larger of an increase, and also to not take away their playground space. So any questions on Gilbert Lincas?
I'm not sure if this is a question for you, Josh, or Dr. Bragan, or if STEM and music and art were moved into the annex, then what would go into those classroom spaces that are currently in the main part of the building?
So they could actually be classrooms. So instead of adding more classrooms, so we're only looking at 4 classrooms for the addition, and then those could be repurposed to regular classrooms and get a little bit better function between the primary and the secondary, or the primary and the upper elementary classrooms. So Dr. Bregan, I mean,
In the current classrooms right now, they want to make them larger as well.
Yes, sir.
So when you make them larger, you reduce the number of classes that are going to be available.
And I don't.
Accurate, they wanted to make them larger.
The upper class, yes,
Right.
The upper elementary student.
Okay, I don't see those rooms kind of highlighted for renovation. So I just wasn't sure kind of where in the plan of the.
Correct. They would just be repurposed. And we would look at what that function would be. So we didn't get to that level of detail. The main focus was, as far as true renovations, where we're starting to move walls and have that much of an impact. The 4th grade elementary toilet is also not highlighted because we were trying to focus more on things that would be physically impacted as opposed to just a light renovation inside of those spaces.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Any other question on Gilbert Lincas? Okay, if not, we'll go to Margaret Beeks. See, I promised I would be concise tonight. Margaret Beeks, we'll start with the 5 highest requests for improvement. So again, security was number 1. To construct a separate gymnasium and cafeteria in the space. Replace and upgrade the electrical system. So if you remember at Gilbert Lincas, the HVAC was a big concern. Here, the electrical, and that's pretty much a big. So teachers, if you ask, then again, my wife's a teacher. I love all teachers. The two biggest things are we don't have enough storage and we don't have enough outlets. Those. Without even going to the school, I guarantee you those are always the first two things that a teacher says as far as the request. Renovate and expand the administrative suite. And then construct doors in the primary classrooms and move the cubbies out of the corridor into the classrooms. That is really kind of twofold thing, and it's also something that could happen over a summertime. So when you're looking at improvements of something that maybe could better the lives of those teachers, when you're going down that primary corridor, and that's the one that runs vertically, that runs on the vertical side, it's kind of darker gray. When you go down, there are no doors between the corridor and the classrooms. So when students are going down, even though they do a great job of minimizing the noise, there's still a distraction for, because they can hear it inside the classroom. The other piece is that when a student needs, which is often something out of their jacket, or they need to grab their lunch or whatever, they have to leave the classroom and go into the corridor. So that was probably one of the biggest things, was could we move the cubbies in the classroom, even understanding that would make the classroom a little tiny bit smaller. It's not a major change, and get the doors on there is really a big request. It ranked in their top 5 of improvements. One thing that was added here was a request to update the plumbing system. There was a concern about the just overall the toilet rooms, and then also maybe some water pressure and look at some other things. So they asked us to possibly look at that as a improvement. That was a new item that was added to the list from the previous round. What you can see is in the annex, similar thought is to add the kitchen. A portion of that is the dining room, and then to have the art, STEM, and music as part of that. So with both Margaret Beeks and Gilbert Lincas, we would look at almost identical improvements on both of those schools and a physical connection between the annex and the main building itself. So any questions on Margaret Beeks? Okay.
I just have a question about the request for plumbing, just because Beeks and Lincas are the same age and Harding is kind of right up behind them. Do all of those schools need that kind of infrastructure update? Or was this just a request from people in the building?
So yes and yes. So we would recommend doing plumbing upgrades and toilet room upgrades to all of the buildings, because again, they are of that vintage. This one was, again, when we looked at, we tried to listen to what they said, and they said one of the things is that they were having some challenges with some pressure. It wasn't necessarily a water quality issue, but there was definitely some issues with water pressure they would ask us to look at as far as making those improvements. Again, it's not uncommon of a building of this vintage, is to start to have some challenges with pumps. It wasn't hey, when it doesn't work. It was just starting to degrade enough that they braced it as a challenge. But yes, I would definitely say that as we're looking at improvements, and we do renovations to the toilet rooms, making them better for the students and for the staff. We definitely want to look at replacing the sanitary, the domestic, making sure the pumps are good, because the challenge with the new fixtures is with the low flush fixture, there's actually less. What can I keep this as clean as possible? So less water does not move solids as well as more water. So you often end up having challenges with the exit. Does that make sense for everybody? Again, I know that this is online, so I try to keep it as clean as possible. So, but yes, I would definitely say that. But again, we're looking at the comments. What was request was, hey, can you listen to what they're saying? And these were the highest comments of the question. So. Okay, any other questions on Margaret Beeks? Okay, so we'll go to Montgomery Central, and I noticed that the Montgomery Central doesn't quite match up. So, what I'm going to do is the top 5 are, constructing the additional boys and girls toilet rooms. Again, plumbing is a challenge. Running electricity to the greenhouse, HVAC and electric, probably HVAC being a higher of the concerns. While there was a renovation in the past, that was a large concern. The replacing the windows and the doors. So if we replace the HVAC, okay, and put better units in there for control, the challenge is the windows are more mature in age, and some of them don't quite close all the way just because of their age. So doing the HVAC is great, is good, but if we have the windows that are original to the building, then we're allowing all of that heat and coolness to go out or enter in the building. So I would definitely recommend that if we're gonna do HVAC, that we also look at replacing the windows too, because again, they're of the vintage that they're well beyond their usable life, and it's time to replace those. And then adding a secure vestibule also, because right now the overall layout is not quite conducive, and the parking lots, it'd be great to have additional parking spaces for the building. So those are the concerns that we heard from the administration. They felt pretty consistent, didn't add any items from the last meeting to this meeting. They felt pretty good about how we had the logic to it, and not adding additional items. Okay, any questions on Montgomery Central?
I do have a question for you, Josh, I
Yes, ma'am.
think. And this is just totally your opinion as an architect. How do you feel about the security of that building? Because I noticed nothing of that nature was mentioned except for number 10. But I know that from having to have gone in that building when I was in the 6th grade, if that tells you anything. It's been a little bit since I've been in there, but I'm not sure what kind of or any type of that security might be in place, or that maybe you could recommend, or if you don't feel that you feel like it's good the way it is. It just wasn't listed while the other ones had it listed as like a top priority. I just was wanting to get your thoughts on that.
Yes, the security vestibule, it's actually on the second sheet, and I said there was a little bit of conflict between the two sheets. But yes, security vestibule and a metal detector are two things, especially the security vestibule.
Right.
Because again, as we have visitors come in or students come in late, that we want to make sure that we're creating the most safe environment. Adding a metal detector does improve, especially in a potential less than awesome environment, which sometimes can happen in an alternative school. There's a misconception that every student is a bad student that's in this building.
Absolutely.
We hear that often is, oh my gosh, well these are students that may not function in a large group environment. So this in a smaller group environment is actually sometimes a very positive thing. And really the goal is to get them back into the regular classroom. So yes, the two improvements we would recommend is secure vestibule, and 2 is looking at a metal detector to try to foster a more positive environment for the students.
And part of the reason that I mentioned that is exactly what you said. Sometimes we may be kind of over capacity there. Sometimes we're under capacity there. Just trying to feel the security for those students when we may have a larger than normal, or it doesn't even have to be larger than normal. It can be normal, just for their security as well. So, yes.
And it's very transient. The environment changes constantly in that school, because you may have 70 students today and 50 students tomorrow, and it may be different groups of students that last week or 2 weeks ago it was, hey, there wasn't any problems. Well, now this different group of students that came in has a negative impact on the overall environment. So again, the goal is to make it safe for both the students and for the staff.
Absolutely.
In those spaces.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on Montgomery Central? Okay, last one is
Water, and this may be for Dr. Bregan. So the water situation.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
In that building, or was it just the upper building that had the issues with water? Or was it Montgomery Central too?
At Montgomery Central?
Yeah, we had some water quality issues that we were changing out.
Yes.
Did you address that in this? I know Mr. Harris is working on a plan outside of this, but
Yes, it's actually number, I'm sorry, it is on here. But yes, they do have some water quality challenges. What we're not 100% sure is it coming from the pipes to get to the building or once it gets into the building? So we are doing an assessment to try to figure out, match and map out what exactly that looks like. So I don't have an answer for you tonight, but that is something that should be addressed regardless of the length of the time for this decision.
we could report out on that at another meeting, Ms. Frank, because that's being addressed regardless of when this takes place.
Okay.
And I know Mr. Harris is working on that with the team.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on Montgomery Central? Okay, so the last but definitely not least, Charlottesville Middle School. So again, this was a particular lot of fun. Not only did we have at this particular meeting, not only did we have administrators, we had parents, but we also had a couple of students that had recently graduated from the division that attended it. So they were more reflectionary of, hey, Josh, this is less than awesome. And from the student perspective, and this is not uncommon, toilets were probably the biggest challenge that the students felt, were there. And again, the administration does a fantastic job of managing, the challenge that you have. But the layout of the toilets themselves are not exactly fantastic. Where they're located at, it's kind of, some students have to travel depending on where they're at in the building. So from a student perspective, if you were to, safety and security was big, but probably the toilets in there were probably the higher one of the students. So the one thing that was also very unanimous is the 6th grade annex, which is over on the right-hand side. The school division did a great job of creating cover, to be able to do that. What everybody asked is, can we enclose that? Can we simply just put glass on both sides of that to make it so that, while there's a fence, and again, there's high level security on there. There's a fence on both sides. What they asked for is, can we simply just put glass, or a wall on both sides of it to be able to enclose it, so that way when you go from the main building to the 6th grade annex, that you're not going outside. Also creating a security vestibule. I would say, of all of the receptionists that I've met, your receptionist at Charlottesville Middle School, and she also attended this meeting, is lovely. She is absolutely a wonderful person, just so joyous every time that you show up, even for me. And so she, one of the things is that when you go up there, you hit the buzz to say, hi, I'm Josh Bauer, I'm here to come visit. Buzz, now you're right in their space. There is no security vestibule. There's really not even an opportunity for that. So what we may want to look at is doing a small addition, in that courtyard right there, to put a secure vestibule. So when you buzz in, you go there, and then you go into the space there with the receptionist. It's just a little bit less than awesome for somebody to enter in and go directly into the space with the receptionist. So that from a safety and security standpoint, we definitely recommend that. What's awesome is that now, once you're in that reception space, she has to buzz you to get into the building. So again, the buildings are, this building is safe. The buildings are safe. It's just an improvement that we can make. Renovate and increase the number of staff and student toilets. I think staff toilets, there's only 2 in the building, and I could be wrong on that, but I think they have one at the administration and one elsewhere. So again, staff, if you've ever been a teacher, you have about 35 seconds to be able to go potty. So if we can make improvements where there's more staff toilets all throughout the building, are definitely going to be a positive. And HVAC and electrical were also two other big concerns. With the HVAC, not as a control issue, but there's the volume of the noise. Some teachers had made comments that it was hard to teach in the classrooms, and they had to raise their voice all day long to be able to do that. And again, this is not a maintenance issue. This is just the units are well beyond their life, and we should look at replacing those units. 2 more items I want to note is that there was a perception that there was hazardous materials in the building. And again, I'm only relating to what was stated in the meeting. This building, looking at the HERO report, has no additional hazardous materials. But because of the age of the building, there's often a perception that, because this building is old, therefore it's unhealthy. Your team, Philip and his whole team, does a really fine job of managing materials and making sure that the buildings are safe. We didn't see anything that was unsafe, but there was a comment saying that, hey, so if we are looking to renovate, we want to replace interior finishes, we would look to do it, just like we're doing at CHS, we would look to abate, all the materials, whether it's asbestos floor tile, if there's insulation, remove that as we do the replacement. And that is standard amongst any project that you do, is looking to remove any hazardous materials, that especially if they are in occupied space. And then last one, which was an add, is to demolish the lockers in the quarters. So as it's interesting because when most of us are mature in age, we've in this, up here anyway, we all use lockers. It was kind of the, it was the hangout. Well, students were finding like almost no in the high school, and it's probably 50-50 in the middle school on whether students use them. We've gone from a traditional schedule to a block schedule, and especially with that, and students have less books, there's no reason for a locker. There was a request from the students, hey, can we demolish those lockers in the quarter to make the quarters wider? We're not really using them, and that would make it a little bit better for traffic flow. So I just wanted to point that out also. So again, this is the new list. So we added some items, and we organized it based on with the pockets of 5, 10, 15, and then 20 if there was that many. And then we still are showing the comprehensive list. We tried to simplify this a little bit for the items and then the renovation, and we got rid of some options to try to clean that up a little bit. Any questions on Charlottesville Middle School before? I know you've had a lot of meetings, so I do appreciate it. And if if there's any additional questions after this, if you want to relate them to Tasha or Dr. Reagan, I'd be more than happy to answer them. And just let us know how, I said, if you need any additional information, we'd be happy to go back and engage in any of the buildings and find out more information.
Thank you, Josh. Board, any questions overall?
Yeah,
Sure.
I want to, having pressed the administration and you to do those listening tours, I'm really happy that you went out to the community, because that's, when the first plan was unveiled, I heard people. And so I really appreciate, and then the priorities. I just have a really quick question, going back to Harding. Is the security vestibule functional at this point? You had mentioned that it's in, because there was a question of whether it's actually is it operational at this point, the security
To my
vestibule?
knowledge, it is. The only thing I understood was that we were looking to move the water, moving the one water cooler from where it was at over into the, in between the toilets. But I believe that is the only open item. So, but I will make sure we clarify and get that back to you. But I believe it is functional.
Mr. Barr, I think there's an issue with the locks. They're waiting on some locks for those doors.
So you know more than I do. That is not, that was
That's
not
my
shared with me.
understanding. It's complete, the construction's done, but the actual locks that go into the doors are not installed.
Okay, thanks. That's just what I heard. But thank you so much.
Yep. We will make sure that it gets expedited, because it's my understanding that it was done. So we'll get that corrected.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. Barton? Ms. Bond? Ms. Purcell?
Thank you so much, Josh, for all of your outreach and interviewing and compiling everything. It's a lot of decisions to make. Maybe just more of a question of your experience, just as someone who lives in an old house. And sometimes when you make updates to your old house, you find things that were wrong that you didn't know were wrong before. So when we're talking about renovating some of these older buildings and some of these estimates, just maybe uncovering things that need to be fixed that you didn't think about before. How common is that? How much have you tried to provide for that in some of this proposal?
It is more common than we would all like. And yes, I had a 1902 house, and trust me, it was a surprise every time you looked at it. So what we try to do is, based on history, is to say, here's a building of this age, here's what we often find in this as far as this challenges go. We try to accommodate when we're coming up the cost for the estimate for the HVAC. We're trying to say, here's what the normal cost would be, and then we're amplifying that to come up with additional costs. As if you wanted to move forward with the project, additional work would need to be done, obviously, to do the design drawings and to look more into detail on what that, on what that really looks like. We try to intentionally put I want, some extra in to try to cover those anticipated things because of the age of the buildings. And I know they're mature in age, but they're not 1920s buildings, except for Charlottesville. But so there's a reasonable amount of anticipated items that we're going to find.
Thank you.
Dr. Bentry?
Thank you for the presentation. During your listening tour, were there any discussions of consolidation on schools?
There was a question on whether that would happen or not. And I said at the time that we were having these discussions, I couldn't answer the question because we had not had that conversation. But yes, there was, I think at two of the elementary schools, there was a question of if, does it make sense to renovate the buildings or to consolidate into one building or to do an addition? And I said the board had not asked us to look at that. We were looking more at a capital plan or renovation. We weren't really looking at that level of detail. But if the board desired, we'd be more than happy to. But I couldn't really answer the question because we hadn't explored that far.
Right.
Did I answer your question?
Sure. Yeah. And in your opinion, were they asking in a positive light or a negative light? You can also say that you couldn't interpret it.
I don't know that I can interpret it.
Abstain from that?
I think a couple folks asked from a logic standpoint, like, does this make sense to renovate this building, or does it make more sense to replace it with a different building? I think it was more of it wasn't necessarily a fear question, or like, hey, we need to do this because I want a new building. It was more of, is this the best path forward? And I said, what we looked at was can we come up with a capital plan to make improvements? It wasn't a, hey, Josh, does it make sense to do this? Or do you even have the property to be able to do this? Or with as close as they are, do you create an addition and then repurpose this to another function or demolish the building? We didn't explore that as part of this study, only because it wasn't asked of us.
Right.
So, but I can't speak on whether or not it was a fear or negative or positive. It was more of is this logic of, is this the best path forward?
Right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is for the administration and the board. I mean, we currently have, in those elementary schools in Blacksburg, 909 students enrolled, a capacity for 1,232 students, but we have students in outbuildings in one of our schools. So we have an excess capacity of 323 in those 3 elementary schools, yet we have students in outbuildings. I think we should be able to figure something out there. But going forward, we're talking about a proposed capacity for 909 students of, if we do option 2 on the 2 schools, 1347 to 1457 students, meaning an excess capacity of 438 to 548 students, depending on the options that we choose. I think we need to consider, how do we manage the school sizes in those locations better. But I'm also interested in hearing from the community at large on that aspect.
Well, you will now.
Oh, I know.
I was going to say, the next meeting, prepare yourself, because just because you mentioned it, it will be full. I promise you. We've mentioned it before, and they went berserk. So, no, yeah.
So I think that one of the questions that to evaluate that answer, right, or to explore that, if that's where the board chooses to go, is what's the final cost, Josh? I mean, you represented, option B, which covers almost all that one column for the low side and then the high side, but we spoke about just doing the top 5 things, right? So I think we should break down by cost. What would be the cost to do the top 5 requests, right? Mm-hmm. And then what would be the cost to do all that item B? And then what would be the high-end costs? And then bring that to the school board as a specific cost. And unless I heard anyone say, take this one out, take that one out, I think we should, hey, what are the 5 priorities that the community said? What will those cost? And what will the larger priorities cost that we said? Because one of the top 5 in one of the buildings wasn't the plumbing, and yet that's what staff said. So, you need the plumbing, right, without getting into the graphics. So If we can get that, and then we could compare what is the square footage cost on average? What is it typically for a renovation? I know maybe there isn't a typical square footage cost, ranges from 300 to 600, do we know?
So renovation is complicated because of the age of the building. So, a safe number is anywhere from $250 to $300 a square foot. We just bid 2 new elementary schools at Hanover, and they're about $350 for brand new.
Totally
building.
new square footage.
Yes, sir.
I think those are conversations, if we're looking at dollars and cents and cost analysis, that we need that information.
And that was going to be my next point, and to that point, if you just take the top end numbers for all these schools, or the bottoms, if you take the top end numbers, if we're looking to consolidate, we're talking about taking out one of those renovations in whole, that's $30 million of savings. If we assume that we're gonna be towards the bottom, it's about $20 million in savings. If we end up on the average on all of them, which is maybe where you typically end up, we're looking at $25 million in savings for our county. We could do a lot with $30 million over an extra $1 million a year over 30 years, or 20 years, whatever the bond is that we're setting for.
Sure.
Do you remember what did we spend on the Christiansburg Elementary School renovations? We did 2 elementary schools and 3. I'm sorry, 3.
I believe they're around 30. I don't.
That's what I was thinking. I thought because we did.
They're around 30 and some change, but I can get you the exact numbers. I don't know it off the top of my head.
I thought it was higher than that. Ms. Bland, do you know?
No, it wasn't a whole lot higher.
I thought it was 35.
35.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, but still, I mean, there was a lot done for 35,000. I mean, 35 million. I'm sorry, a lot. And we actually put walls and closures and practically built a new CPS. So just because these are the numbers, we can go back and say, wait a minute, we can't do this type renovation. You know, we're only going to have this set of money, so we're going to have to scale it down, just like we did with the Christiansburg Elementary Schools. I mean, and Christiansburg High School, right? I mean, we can only get a certain amount, so just because this is the number, that doesn't mean that's. I mean, like you said, you take your 5 top things and go from there. So.
Ms. Franklin?
Remember, we had to go back and do roofs
Yeah, right.
on those buildings. So you need to add that.
Ms. Franklin, did you have other comments? Still kind of going around here?
No, good information, a lot to think about. I'm glad the community and the school community was involved. I'm not going to talk about consolidation, so.
I guess I would just add, certainly the next steps is really on the board to decide how we want to slice and dice this, right? We haven't really talked about priorities of schools individually. If we want to treat this as one package, I was able to kind of hack the numbers together here, just the for the option 1, option 2, high, low, but it would be interesting to see the top 5 across all of them. I wasn't able to kind of pull it together here on the fly, but because I could see a couple strategies, right? Do we do the high priorities across all of them, right? So we touch all of them, but not everything, right? Or do we try to do everything on all of them? Do we have to pick schools that we're going to focus on, which is only slightly less fun than conversations about consolidation, right? So, which I also don't want to discuss.
Yeah. I'll create a spreadsheet showing the top 5, all of them, and then what a renovation is, and that way you look at them apples to apples across all 5 schools. And I'll send it over, and that you can, Dr. Brigham can share that with you. And if you need more information or you want to break it down differently, I'm more than happy to help.
Because that could be a good starting point, and then maybe we look at it individually and say, okay, but let's also do the plumbing here because that matters, and then let's also do, I don't know, a security vestibule if it's not already in the top 5, right? Then we're kind of starting with the foundation and just kind of adding some pieces in versus having to look at 15 to 20 per school. I don't know.
As a board member, that's what I would like to see because that's what we did in the rest of the county.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if we're going to be fair, we need to be fair. So.
Great. think that would be helpful for all of us. I mean, certainly it's on us now to kind of decide how we want to move forward. So I guess I'd ask the board, do we want to have a more in-depth conversation tonight? Or do we want to wait for that information before we move forward? I got 2 let's waits.
We don't have that information.
I would say wait, because I'm looking at the rest of our agenda. I do have a request. I think it does make a lot of sense to say do the top 5. I would ask that you not drop the ADA upgrades, because like if I'm looking at Shawsville, demolishing lockers and corridors is not the same as making sure that ADA accessible. So I in general agree. My personal request is that if you can include ADA upgrades, that be considered.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bauer, touching on what Dr. Guitry just mentioned about the ADA upgrades, a lot of don't you technically by law, those have to be in place, or are they not as stringent on that as I thought they might be?
So it comes a percentage. So it
Okay.
really depends on how much you renovate, and then everything you renovate would have to be upgraded. So example, if we create a new entrance, you would have to
Right.
make sure the entrance is accessible. If we did a toilet room renovation, that would also have to be accessible. So the ADA upgrades would be on things on top of things that are not renovated, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
So, because again, if we're renovating a toilet, that would be fully accessible for everything that we do.
Right.
So it's really those other things. So example, at Shawsville, we've got some doors that don't quite, they've got a nice step to them and they're on a ramp. So those are things that would be outside, that would be part of those ADA upgrades.
And wouldn't be quite as, I don't know, maybe quite, I don't want to say not important, but you know what I'm trying to say, as some of the other things that would definitely need to be looked at.
Yes, as I said, everything that we touch would be upgraded. Door widths, ramps, all those type of things. It's those things outside of that we would look at those additional ADA upgrades. But yes, I'm more than happy to push that up higher.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, board, anything else? It's a great discussion. It's good seeing you, sir. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you. And if you haven't driven by Christiansburg High School, please.
I was gonna say,
When are we getting our hard
I
hat
drove by
tour?
there. Yes, it's amazing. It looks so good.
I don't want to say it looks amazing, but it looks amazing.
It's amazing.
Did you miss the question? When are we getting the hard hat tour?
It's coming. It's coming. We're almost to the point where it's going to be safe to walk through. And
Still on schedule, right?
yes, sir.
All right.
Absolutely on
I
schedule.
was gonna ask about that with the weather that we've had, not only the weather, but the cold as well. I mean, I know sometimes machinery and stuff, when it gets to a certain temperature and that type of thing, there's issues, but have you all had much setback due to the weather that we have had?
So weather has been a challenge, but we accommodate a certain number of days, calendar days in every month.
Okay.
For cold weather, for rain, and Branch has done such a fantastic job. They really have for the school division. The building, they're absolutely on schedule. We meet every, if not 2 weeks or less, for that. And we continue to hear that they are absolutely on schedule and ready for, the addition. The addition is going to be wrapping up this summer. And so and everything is on track. All the materials are ordered. I said Branch is really doing a fantastic job for us. They really are. And the building looks awesome. I'm super excited to give you guys a tour.
It does look really good, thank you.
So again, thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Dominates.
One of the requests was to give a new front door presence, and I think we've achieved that, from a presence standpoint. And, those spaces are going to be the ones that's shared by everybody. The cafeteria, the new gym, all those spaces. So every student, regardless of whether they're, in a new space or an old space, is going to get to experience that first, and then we're going to go through and renovate. So it's really setting the standard for the rest of the building, which is quite fantastic. So anyway, thank you guys.
sir.
Appreciate it.
All right, board, revised version of the MCPS hate speech policy is presented for approval. Do I have a motion to approve the hate speech policy as presented? Okay.
We have to have a motion to discuss.
You have to have a motion.
I
before you
make
can
a
discuss.
motion that we approve the second reading of the hate speech.
Second it.
Okay, Ms. Bond and Dr. Roundtree. Any discussion? Who wants to start?
Yeah, so in email and tonight, I think there were some good statements made. To begin with, the addressing and identifying the impact that statements of hate speech have on the target of that hate speech would be beneficial inside of the text. And how we missed it, I'm not sure, but race should definitely be in the definition of the text as well. And then I think there's going to be plenty of additions that go around, so I'll leave it at those two for right now.
Well, legal would have to look at it.
So at this point, in order to get a change, since it's a second reading, we need to request the amendments based on the votes, right? If I'm not mistaken. So if you're requesting an amendment, then to ask the folks who made the motions if they're willing to incorporate that, or do we want to do individual votes on the changes?
It's a good question. What do you want to do?
If we do a motion for every individual change that board members may want, we'll be here all night.
That's right.
I believe if we just keep track of what the changes are that board members have some consensus over, and then do a vote on those changes, might speed things up.
Okay, so then as we get them, we need to get a consensus, on which I'm happy to do as a thumbs up.
Okay.
Is that fair? And then we can track those? Okay, so,
Just on that, Mr. Hudson, Dr. Roundtree, I'll keep notes if that's right, then I'll read them back on what we vote on. So what I heard you say was add race to the definition that we somehow omitted, and then what was the other?
To include a statement of impact.
Of victim, of potential victim impact.
Correct, victim impact.
okay, so a thumbs up on the inclusion of race?
So I did have a question. So since there were several community members that had asked for additional items, I personally, as a board member, wouldn't feel comfortable voting on anything until our legal had looked over the verbiage and for there to be a vote other than anything that we have in front of us tonight, because legal has told us that what's there is what they agree with, what would best benefit us and do us as a board as a whole. So if we're going to make any additional changes as far as verbiage goes, because we've had the discussion about verbiage previously and had things omitted because of verbiage, I wouldn't feel comfortable voting tonight. I'd have to abstain until I had conferred with legal that what's being added into the speech would be okay for us to add. And I'm not saying that because I'm against the policy. I'm just saying I would feel more comfortable hearing from legal that what we're adding is kosher with them and good for us.
Well, that's a pickle.
So I understand that point, but we got input from legal and then we drafted this document. We didn't pass this document back to legal after we put it together. My understanding, correct?
I saw some legal advice on what we should do, yes.
They read the
Words were
final draft.
omitted. Yes.
I asked about the changes. I didn't say go through this exact document. The changes that were proposed at the last meeting.
So I mean, adding race to it.
But they're talking about more than just adding race. You're talking about, they're asking for quite a bit of verbiage in there. And even adding one word, in my opinion, I still want legal counsel to confer with me as a board member that would be okay, because we've touched on several things that have been brought up in this that could technically cause issues, being one word even, and how it's, even I had mentioned changing a word from would to could, and people had an issue with that. So I still think that I would not be able to vote until I knew legal counsel had looked over our changes and assured us that this would be presentable to be voted on.
So the other option could be to accumulate all the recommended changes, take our vote tonight, see where we are, and then recommend those changes back as an amendment to the policy after we get legal approval that there's no issues with those changes. So we could work to amend the policy once we get review of whatever changes we want to propose.
Well, and I was going to say, I agree with you that whatever changes we want to oppose, just because we hear from the community, because
Sure.
each time somebody's going to come and say they want something different. And I agree with adding the word race to that. But like I said, each meeting, it's someone else saying something different and a different opinion. So I think we've got to go with what we think as a board is right and move forward with this.
Right? That's correct, and I'm taking input from our community and taking those items that I agree with as a board member, and then we can vote on them.
So how about this? So again, we have a motion and a second that we need to resolve. Let's get consensus on how we want to address any proposed changes tonight. Okay? So again, to me, that's either we vote on them now, thumbs up, thumbs down to include in this motion, or we accumulate them. I still think we should vote up and down whether we want to include them in a proposed amendment, but then run that by the lawyer before we bring it back as an amendment to the policy that maybe we approve tonight. So let's get a consensus on that so we know what we're doing.
For clarity of our rules of order, the person that made the motion has to agree to amend their motion, correct? Right.
So I would be making an amendment to my motion to add the thumbs up to be temporarily put on for legal counsel to look at. Is that what you're saying? Or to completely release
for a
the,
vote.
for a vote?
Yeah, so either you're putting it on tonight for us to vote prior to legal counsel, or we're going to put it on a separate list to send to legal counsel for review and bring back to us to vote on as an amendment later.
Okay, I can do that as long as it's a unanimous vote to do that. I mean, as far as what, like, someone was keeping a list, we read that and it get voted unanimously or not to do so. I'm not in favor of just everything that was thrown out. Okay, we want to put that on there and have legal counsel look at it. With no disrespect to any community member that has a say, I think still we're the final say. And I do believe that we unanimously have to choose, so. However, I amend my vote to that. Tosh, however you want to write that up, I don't know.
You got that right, Tosh?
How about I just withdraw my motion? And we can start over.
That works.
Let's just do that.
can do that. Okay.
I'll just withdraw my motion.
Okay,
Well, we still need a motion.
so I will motion to approve the hate speech policy with amendments that have a majority of the board agreeing to the amendments.
With or without legal review? Without legal review. So we're hacking this thing up tonight and hoping it's legal.
We're putting a few things in there that we believe are in the merit of the policy that are in our legal rights to put in.
I'll second.
Okay. So that's the motion. We have a second. So let's accumulate any comments, and then we'll vote on that. And if the majority isn't in agreement with that motion, we'll vote it down and we'll come up with a different motion, but we'll still have the notes at that point.
Right.
We can decide what we want to do with it.
The second item, but we'll go with it first, add race to the list. The second item was in the introduction, include an impact statement regarding the effect of hate speech on victims. And then I'll pass to which direction you go in today. Penny?
So, just yesterday, someone raised a point that it's another thing that I think we just didn't think about. So we have reporting from students, reporting from staff, but what about how parents might report? That's important. So I think that needs to be included in this. When it comes to, let me find it here. Reporting of staff, and it says failure to do so would result in disciplinary action. That should be will or should result in disciplinary action. And then we need to know what that action will be. Are we following our policy as to how we discipline our staff? For everything else, that needs to be clear as to what that will be. Let's see. There's a couple of other things.
Just on that one, Ms. Franklin, so regarding staff reporting, you want the wording changed to shall?
Shall or will, either one.
Right. Change wording. Then what the outcome will be if they don't, correct?
Yes. So, because I can't access my computer where I had things laid out. You can go on to someone else while I'm getting rearranged here.
Let's go back up this way. Ms. Purcell?
One concern that's come up multiple times is the implementation plan that would need to go along with this policy, because the policy is nothing if we're not actually having a process that's well articulated. So, Dr. Bragan, could you kind of explain when or how we might get some information about that? I mean, I understand that we probably need to lock down the policy before you make a plan, but where's that part of it?
You know, in general, I could speak in general, what we would do, once the policy was approved, we would immediately share with all of our principals and our staff, and then what our expectations were. And then we'd have to go over those supports that are in place for the things that were mentioned. You know, if there's diversity training that's required, what would that look like? Who's going to do that? How will we implement that, right? That's one of the things. There were some comments about the restorative practices. What exactly would that look like? Who's going to facilitate that? How we would set that up? So I think once it's approved, we can get this implemented fairly quickly. And I can get you that plan for the whole board to review and have questions or concerns.
I think that's a really key element to making sure this is successful.
Great. Ms. Bond?
Just to clarify, the shall, is that in reporting procedures, reporting by staff number 2, or are informed of such must report the incident? Are you saying you want that as shall report the incident? Am I in the wrong place? What are we proposing there? I'm just taking some notes.
So,
reporting procedures number 2.
Right.
Right.
Last sentence. Failure.
Okay, so I am on the wrong sentence, okay.
Right.
So are we wanting to change would to shall? Is that the verbiage that we're wanting to change? Am I correct?
I think that was the request, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Cite the policy. What disciplinary actions, what that will be.
Ms. Bond, do you have anything else?
No, good.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Parton?
So I'm going to kind of touch on what I think I have said before. Again, I'm in total favor of the policy, but again, like I've said before, a policy is only as good as how we administer it and how we follow it through, and how we take the steps to know what needs to be done if something within the policy is broken. I still feel like we're kind of broad in the policy, and I know we're kind of limited on that a little bit. We've been told that from legal. However, I think we need to try to tighten it up a little bit and maybe be a little bit more specific with some of the steps as far as the discipline goes, and maybe some of the verbiage as well. But more than just the policy itself, I would be in favor of trying to find a way to contact or get our administration together to try to figure out a way to utilize this, and just so they're not really knowing exactly what to do in a certain circumstance, because there's so many certain different circumstances that could go on with this, because you've got social media, you've got people tagging people in post, you've got, where are we going to say what is a disciplinary action and what isn't? That's kind of not clearly listed as well. Just a few little things that might help if it was added in. Of course, here again, this is just my opinion. But more than anything else, if we're going to enforce this, making sure that our faculty and administration and staff are very clear on what their roles are and steps are. And I had questioned Dr. Bragan on a question that I had, just a scenario. Let's say you've got two teachers that witnessed the same event, and without having really any conversation, one teacher might think that the other one is going to report it, while the other teacher might think the other one is going to report it, and let's say maybe it doesn't get reported. Let's say that falls through the cracks. I'm kind of just trying to find ways to make sure things don't fall through the cracks in what we're trying to accomplish, basically.
Well, then both should report.
Do you want to recommend, I'm not sure if Dr. Bragan took any notes on that. Is there anything specifically you'd like to consider being added? Anyone to address those concerns? Yeah. Just want to make sure that your comments aren't lost.
They did sound kind of lost, didn't they? I don't have anything specific at the moment. I was just kind of reading over it, just kind of trying to see if it was making sense to me and see if it could kind of be misguided or misinterpreted by possibly who we were trying to tell to enforce this, and just seeing what kind of questions may come up. Maybe it would be a good idea if we had our principals read over it, and if something's not real clear to them or the staff, they could say, okay, well, it doesn't kind of really say here what I should do if this happens, or, you know, maybe see if they have any questions on how it's worded, or what they need to do, possibly, maybe.
I'm sure that'll happen anyway, and we'll get some feedback and potential amendments if we need to down the road, so, okay. Dr. Guitry.
So I find myself in a difficult position here, because I do want to ensure that our buildings are welcoming to all of our students. And we had a lot on our schedule in our last meeting, and I mentioned then that I had concerns that, you know, I had made some suggestions and didn't see them reflected. Maybe some of them were considered, but some of the suggestions I made echoed some of the recommendations that were made in the email. One of the questions I had, for instance, was just documentation. So I looked at other school divisions, and they lay out with more specificity how these things are going to be handled. Another question that I had was about due process. So it's not unusual if you're going to have the hearing situation that if a party feels like that wasn't, they have concerns with the outcome, they can appeal it. So the way that the policy is written right now, everything's confined to a school building. There's no appeal to the school board office or to the school board or nothing. So, I mean, I could see us running into a problem within our buildings, a situation. And the ability to appeal can work either way. It could be to protect the victim or someone who's accused. And so that goes to the issue that you raised. So I think one of the reasons for having that documentation is for tracking and reporting. I have questions about reporting because we already have a policy that covers Title IX, and this intersects with our current, which much longer policy. So I'm at a real loss because I want to support this policy, but so for me, it's more than just a few amendments, although I concur wholeheartedly, like, I don't know how race got dropped out. And also about substantially disrupts. That's the kind of language that you would use like with a student protest. If that's disruptive, but I don't know why that is, like, does it have to rise to the level of substantially disrupting for this to be reported or it just doesn't, so I don't know. I'm really torn up because I have more than just like a few tweaks. I am wholeheartedly in support of protecting our students, but I just have so many questions.
The substantially disrupt is the Supreme Court requirement for something outside of school to be held accountable in school. So if you read that, what it says, in any other place or context that substantially disrupts the school environment, that allows the school to hold students accountable for things that take place outside of school, such as cyberbullying, social media things. And I believe, and I could cite the case, I don't remember it, but that's a Supreme Court ruling.
Okay.
That allows that nexus to be held accountability in the school. That's why that was in there.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. So like now, one of the things I did look at our policy that you can do is you can pass a policy, but then there's another section in our policies about adopting, approving regulations. And so if you look at our policy page, you can pass the policy, then you can either leave it up to the superintendent to develop the regulations, or the school board could say to the superintendent, put together regulations, but they need to be reviewed and adopted by the school board. My concern here is, are we leaving too much to regulations, and some of that should be in the policy itself? That's where I'm torn. So like due process should be in the policy and not just be relegated to regulations. So I don't know. I mean,
again, I would encourage you to articulate the changes you'd like to see now while we're doing this review, so they can be included in the vote. That's how we all participate in this, right? I mean, otherwise it's you want and what she wants and what I want, but the board needs to vote as a body on what we're
Right.
trying to do.
Right, I understand. It's in part because, I did make recommendations to the administration and they weren't addressed. And we did have a lot on our agenda last time, and we spent a lot of time on this. So just to go through, can you answer the question of Title IX or other reporting requirements that should be in the policy?
What's the question?
Okay, so we have another policy that deals with, say, sexual harassment. So I think that we have gender identity, sexual orientation, and gender. And I wondered if we have we have a much fuller policy about sexual harassment. So I just had a question. That's one thing I had a question about. Like, for instance, if somebody engages what we consider hate speech, and it has to do with the purview, within the purview of a Title IX, does that mean, so what's the responsibility of the Title IX, our Title IX person or coordinator?
In related to hate speech or Title IX?
So like, let's say something is being reported as a hate speech violation and has to do with sexual harassment. or something to do with either gender, gender identity, sexual orientation.
I think if there were violations that covered hate speech and Title IX, there would be concurrent investigations and determinations will be made. Therefore, whatever that outcome was, there could be, multiple violations of policy that would result in the disciplinary actions, perhaps bringing people in front of the school board, I would imagine. But on another note, that the suggested changes you did share with me were all the ones that I did share. This is going back a little while ago with the board attorney, and they cut most of those out. That wasn't the administration not just putting your suggestions in. There were a number of suggestions that people gave that we had put into the policy that the board attorney reviewed. This is going back months, and they kind of cut out a lot because of, legal whatever, stuff, and we talked about those. So we didn't necessarily neglect anything that you wanted to add.
So I'll just push back a little bit on that, in that there wasn't language that I suggested that got removed by the lawyer, because I did review that. It had more to do with, say, the education and training, and then just some of the tracking, the documentation. So I actually didn't put forward language into the policy that was removed by the lawyer. I just asked for some more substance to the policy.
Okay.
But that be that as may, so I would like to see this amendment so that there is due process procedures for an appeal after that investigation and finding.
Now, would that be different? Like, everyone's guaranteed the right to due process by the United States Constitution as well as the Code of Virginia. And we have due process and appeal process written into our code of conduct regarding discipline. So you're saying you want it to be separate just for this policy?
Yes. Okay. I would like to see, because right now everything is confined, even there's no documents, everything is confined to a school building. So
wouldn't that be where student records are? Like what?
Right, in terms of review. So let's say there's an investigation and the principal says, there's no hate speech here. Then what avenue does a student have for appeal? Because a principal could be like, I'm the final authority here. I determined that there was no violation of our hate speech policy. This is over. I'm sorry you don't have any recourse. And that, again, can be for either side. This could be somebody who's accused or somebody who's the victim.
Doesn't the section on disciplinary actions where it says these actions shall be administered according to the procedures in school board policy, code of student conduct, and student suspension expulsion, isn't that what would be followed? I mean, I think that's what you said, right? When it comes to discipline, it would follow the same policies as our other disciplinary actions. That was one of the comments that one of the emails made, that they liked how it was interwoven into our progressive disciplinary measures.
Well, and I was going to say, isn't that like all of our discipline? If someone doesn't agree with what the principal does, they can bring it forward to the superintendent's office and have a discussion there. And that's where a second listening can come from. I mean, that's all of our, I don't think it completely stops at the building if you have wouldn't you think so? I mean, we've seen that before, whether it be, and I see it from the other side too.
Yeah.
That someone may feel that they did not do what someone accused them of.
Mm-hmm.
And they want, to appeal. So I see both sides to that, but I would think that, again, with all of our disciplinary actions, I believe if there was someone who wanted to hear it, I believe they could bring it to. Am I wrong by thinking that?
It's written in the policy.
Yeah, that's what I.
You can bring it to the superintendent and/or his designee.
Right, absolutely.
Is that for just out-of-school suspension, or does that also cover other disciplinary action? Because I know that there's a possibility for review if you're suspended or expelled, but I don't know if that's the case for other disciplinary action. I haven't reviewed that section. But even if it is somewhere else in our policy, my recommendation, it can be voted down from the board, would be to include a language of due process that there would be an ability to appeal, whether it's to the superintendent, school board office, or some other designee. That's my recommendation. But at minimum, I would suggest that the board ask the superintendent, when regulations have been drawn up, to bring them to the board for approval.
Do you mean each infraction?
What's that?
Do you mean each infraction? Or are you talking about only ones that are,
Are you talking about the regulations, or are you talking
when you said that brought them to?
the regulations? So once the administration, so once we adopt the policy,
Right.
then the next step would be to ask the administration to devise regulations to implement, because
Gotcha,
that
okay.
goes to
I'm
one of
sorry.
the
I
recommendations
misunderstood
that
what
was
you were
made
saying, but I
here.
got
Yep, yep. So it's not individual items, but the regulations for administering the policy.
Now, in the past, again, this is different from my past experience. I don't see regulations as approval as part of your policies here. Is that something you've done here regularly? I don't see regulations being approved by the board in our policies where I came from, you would have a separate regulation that the policy was a broad scope. Here's what we want this to cover, and the regulations were, here's how we implement it. This is what the expectations are. We don't have that here. So the question I asked to the board members who have been here for a period of time, have you ever approved regulations? Because I don't see any.
Can I respond to that, since
Well, it's, I like to know from the historical board members if that has been a thing. It hasn't, but I'm
No, but-
not historical enough.
I think, I mean, if we had decided that, then that's our job, is to make policy, of course, so, but not that I've ever set the regulations to what happens. Would give recommendations, but ultimately, that's the superintendent's call, and we support it.
Ms. Franklin?
I would say it still goes back to, like in this situation, the board approving whatever the plan is. There's a discussion around, it's brought to us. We look at what the plan is, and then just like now saying, no, that's not something that we want, or we think it should be changed to this as far as the regulations in it.
But have we done that before? I think that's the question.
Yeah, because we get plans, and then we adjust those plans to what the school board agrees to.
Well, plans are regulations. I mean, plans are like,
What's the difference?
That's when we set policy on how to do things.
Presentation on the regulations, and we provide feedback and comment on it, not a
Right.
yes or no vote.
What I'm asking, again, it's just for clarification on my part. Where I come from, we had policy 7.61 was this regarding student behavior or whatever it was. And then we had regulation 7.61, which was where you implement that. Y'all don't do that here. So I hear what Ms. Franklin's saying is, hey, when you come up with your implementation plan and what the expectations are, bring it to the board for us to review. I think that's fine. But we don't, as a rule, make a regulation to accompany a policy and board approve it. If y'all want to change that, I think that's a significant change outside of this policy.
So then we need to make sure that we're making sure that the policy is inclusive of what we want it to be,
Correct.
right? And
That's my interpretation.
and this just died. I'm so tired of this technology tonight.
Oh, it ran out?
It's right.
So can I respond to that? So that's fine, whatever the will of the board is. Obviously, I'll follow. Just because I wanted to inform myself, I did read 154 before the meeting, so I understood this. And so there's a section about policy adoption, so I'm not making this up. And then the next is regulation adoption. And that spells out the different scenarios. So, you know, the superintendent can just devise regulations, but it also authorizes the school board to have oversight and to over regulations. That's the only reason why I suggested it. I wasn't making something up. I actually read our policy.
As I read that, Dr. Guthrie, it says the school board delegates to the division superintendent the function of specifying actions required under adoption policies and designating the detailed arrangements under which the policies will be implemented. Such actions and detailed arrangements will constitute the administrative regulation governing the public schools. That does not say that the board will approve that.
There's more to that policy if you actually read the whole thing, and I don't want to read it right now, but I'm sorry to push
Because in
back.
the absence of applicable policy, the division superintendent is authorized to establish the needed regulations. The school board itself shall formulate and adopt administrative regulations only when specific Virginia law requires it. So what am I missing there? You read it ahead of time, so tell me what you read.
Okay, so if
You prepared for this.
Okay, so we can keep going. The school board shall formulate the adopt administration regulations only when specific laws require. Okay, then it goes, the school board reserves the right to review and veto administration regulations should they, in the school board's judgment, be inconsistent with the school board policy. So
Review, not approve. Words matter in the policy.
But if we're reviewing, if we're not going to suggest making changes or allowed to suggest that changes being made, what's our point?
I agree with you, Ms. Franklin, about bringing it for everyone to review. I'm just talking about, we're talking about specifics with regulations and policies. The policy written here says that the superintendent will devise the regulations unless you all think I violated the law or something, that's what we do. If we want to make a separate thing for this policy, for this particular policy on hate speech, then we have to do it. But that's not how I read this.
I would read that as if the board has concerns, we reserve the right to review and veto, I think it said, right?
The veto, yes.
But that would be on us to say, hey, I have a concern with your regulation, can you bring it forward and we can discuss, right? So it's not that you have to bring it to us every time you do one, but we reserve the right to ask you to bring it to us.
And I understand that. The question was, this isn't a practice that we've done or do. So we're doing something different.
No, I don't think we are. I think, again, I don't want to put words in Dr. Guthrie's mouth. I'm just trying to understand what I'm hearing. I think you still do what you're going to do, but we reserve the right to
veto it.
Well, to ask to review it.
Right.
Right.
But
And I'm not sure
historically,
that
the
we are
board
asking-
doesn't approve regulations.
Right.
That's a different practice. If the board wants to do that, then the board needs to direct us to do that and maybe change that policy as well.
So then if there's a regulation that's being put in place and the board has objections to it, then we go back and change the policy to reflect the regulation that we want you to do.
Or you ask
Is
the
that what you-
superintendent to look at it differently. I'm okay with, yeah.
Right. Okay, let's get back on track because we still have a motion in a second here. So we've gone around. Have we gotten everybody once at this point? Does anybody have anything else that they want to add?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
But the computer,
Did it come back on?
no.
Cue Mike Penny, I'm sorry. Technology's not like you tonight. There you go, you got it.
There we go, okay. So I had asked if student voices, if we had talked with students, especially the students who came before us with the issue of the N-word, if they had been a part of looking at this, because they're the ones who deal with it. They're the ones who understand how things happen in the school buildings. And Was our equity and inclusion department, were they involved in drafting this policy?
Equity and inclusion was,
Yeah.
and we're asked to go over and review it. I don't believe that we did ask students, from my perspective.
Okay. So when we talk about spaces for the students, I know Dr. Roundtree talked about, he didn't specifically say individual students. He said victims, right? But the individual students who can be affected by this is traumatic, and it's called trauma. And we need to have folks who are trained on how to deal with that. Specifically racial trauma, because people don't understand what that is. And it is traumatic, that's all I can say, okay? And if you don't know how you're speaking to a child or particularly a person of color, African American, because traditionally we're just whatever, then you don't know how to respond, how to interact. So there has to be some training. We have to have people in the buildings who are in place to be able to assist students and to recognize when a student has been impacted deeper than just, okay, let's sit down and let's talk about it with a group of other folks. But there also needs to be, as our students spoke to us, a space, and I keep saying this, where these students can come together and have conversations, but have someone there to help them work through those conversations. And I don't know that we've got anything in place for that. As far as the restorative behavior.
Ms. Franklin, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that Dr. Bragan is capturing what you got there. If there's specific asks.
Training for staff and racial trauma to support students. And then you said about the space. I thought we added space on this part.
Right, but it doesn't talk about individual. It talks more, it seems to reflect more as a group and not individual. And having folks trained to understand when students are struggling individually and that they need extra support and not a space, a group setting, or just go in and talk with a counselor who is not prepared or understands the level of trauma that a student may be going through.
Right, so if I reworded that to say training for staff and racial trauma to support students individually impacted, am I catching it? I don't know if I captured that.
That helps. Again, I'm trying to.
Thanks, Penny. I'm sorry to interrupt. Just want to make sure you had it.
You're fine. We want to make sure we get it. So when it comes to substantial disruptions, for years, that's what we kept hearing around the Confederate flag. And basically, unless it came to fights and, just outrageous behavior, it wasn't considered a substantial disruption. But hate speech can be very substantial to individuals. So we need to make sure we're not trying to, that our principals or whoever the designees in the building are, or the adults, understand, because it wasn't an actual fight. If a student is coming and reporting, this is what happened to me, this is what's going on, they need to understand how that makes that child feel, to be able to just have to come and report it. Because it takes a lot, because this is what we hear from our students is, why should I say anything? Because nothing's going to change. So for students to come forward and feel like something is going to happen and that they are going to get some support, we need to have people in place who are going to be able to support those children and help them understand you're doing the right thing. We're here to help you. We're here to support you. And we're here to help stop it from happening again. And right now, That's not there. And unless we talk to the students to help us understand what they need, we're not gonna do anything but put something else in place that they're gonna say, what difference does it make? Nobody's gonna do anything. Or they're just gonna suffer. Because what is happening to them is traumatic. It's trauma.
Just on that, I just want to respond, and I'll ask the school board if they understand what the point in the policy was here for this. Because you initially started, Ms. Franklin, with about the substantially disrupts. The way that reads is the MCPS strictly prohibits hate speech on any school property during school-sponsored activities. This is the part, I think, that why we have that wording in there. And in any other place or context that substantially disrupts the school day. That allows us a broader scope to bring things that may have happened down at the rec center and then carries over into Christiansburg High School, but didn't happen there. That's why that's in there. And that is dictated by the Supreme Court ruling, and I forget, Tinker versus Des Moines, or one of those, I forget which one it was. So it's really not to limit what happens in the school, it's to give a broader scope that we can capture something that happened outside of a school, and substantially disrupts is the verbiage that we typically would use to do that. So that's to make a broader stroke and not to limit it. Does that make sense to y'all? Did I word that wrong? We word that wrong.
So the substantially disrupts does not impact school property, because you're already saying it's prohibited on school property, period. Boom, it doesn't matter if it disrupts or not, right? It also isn't, it's prohibited during school-sponsored activities, period, end of story, right? Everything else outside of school property and sponsored activities is where the substantially disrupts comes in, is that right?
Correct. In my understanding, and again, I'm not an attorney, but that's the Supreme Court ruling that allows us to do that, and it has to say substantially disrupts, because I can't just say, well, you know, Bernie doesn't like pennies, and he did something outside of school, so I'm going to suspend Bernie, right? If Bernie did something significant to Penny that comes into school and everybody's talking about it, and it's disrupting the education, and, you know, there's a post or Twitter, whatever the heck it is now, that's when you could carry it. That's the idea.
Okay, and I get that, but I think I'm talking about two different
No, that was the
situations.
first thing. I just wanted to clarify that that was the point there. The other thing was about the individual, right?
Okay, so.
Supports.
The reason why I brought that up was, again, the interpretation around the Confederate flag was, unless there's fights going on in the schools, then it's not an issue.
I understood.
And it is an issue to our students. Okay, and, because I can't scroll. So in the severe or repetitive offenses, and it says, what is our diversity and inclusion program that students would have, or students or employees, staff would have to go through related to that?
I can't speak to what the specificity would be for that, but we would have to develop it depending on what the issue was, right? If somebody's regularly using the N-word or hate speech and just drawing pictures of things inappropriate or putting whatever that is, you know, we work with our diversity and equity and inclusion department to come up with the specificity of that. And I think that's what somebody asked in public too, right? What exactly does that mean?
And I would hope, and I thought that we were already
We do.
going through.
When issues get presented, and, you know, I don't know if Stacy or Guyleen are still here, if you want to comment on that, Miss, I don't want to put you on the spot. If you don't, that's fine. I know when issues come up with race, we do track that, and it gets followed up by our equity department, and they do typically intervene in preventative measures as well as training and education and things like that. Did I capture most of that, Ms. Woodsetzer? You know, one of the things that was shared with me, and we were talking about this, things weren't always coded in the right code where it came up as a racial slur. It might have came up as inappropriate conduct, and that would be some of the things where you had said, Ms. Franklin, that they fell through the cracks and weren't addressed because it wasn't dealt with as a racial slur. And we have talked about that with our equity office and things. So, did I capture that? I don't want to speak for you.
So that's what I was saying before. So when you say "we," so is that just yourself and Mrs. Wright? And which I have been saying forever, 2 people cannot do this. There needs to be people in the building who are trained, even though I hate that word, but who have the skills to be able to do this, and we not wait, because I am sure that this will be happening in multiple buildings, and we can't have 2 people in multiple buildings at one time. There needs to be safeguards and protections and whatever within each building, and it has to be monitored. That's another thing. How is this going to be monitored? Who is going to be responsible for that? I think that's enough for right now.
For clarity, I want to say that we're breaking from policy to regulation there, right? You're giving recommendations on regulation, or is there something for policy for us to put into the policy with that?
Well,
I mean, we do have some training sections.
Right, which are kind of vague.
There, right.
Address, yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay, board, so I think we've got quite a list here. And we still have a motion in a second.
We
So,
wanna run by the list and do
Yeah.
thumbs up, thumbs down. Cool. One at a time.
to your mic, Dr. Bragan, sorry.
Thank you. From Dr. Roundtree, his first addition was to add race to the definition. Okay. Majority of thumbs. Again, from Dr. Roundtree, in the introduction, include a statement regarding the impact of hate speech on its victims.
Explain where that, I don't think I.
In the introduction, include an impact statement
Very beginning, it says introduction, in that paragraph right there.
regarding the impact of hate speech on its victims. We good with that one?
So would that be something like in the second sentence, the district recognizes that hate speech in all its forms undermines the educational mission, disrupts the learning environment, harms the school community, and
Yes.
creates traumatic, I'm not, I don't have the articulation. Do you have
And
articulation?
creates traumatic, impact on
For
individuals.
individuals.
Untargeted individuals.
Derek, you'll email that exact wording later,
I better
if
write
you
it
remember it.
down.
All right, then I had from Ms. Franklin, include an option for parents to report incidents of hate speech. Thumb up or down? Majority of thumbs I see up. Regarding staff reporting procedure number 2, change the wording to shall from would and list the outcomes for failing to comply.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
This is under reporting number 2 for regarding staff, change the wording to shall from would and list the outcomes for failing to comply. Okay. And then still from Ms. Franklin, training for staff in racial trauma to support students individually impacted by hate speech. Yeah, no worries. Again, training for staff in racial trauma to support students individually impacted by hate speech.
Is that
But that would be in addition to the education and training section that already lists a collection of training that's being recommended. So this is in addition to that list.
So would this be like additional PD training, so to speak, or am I off when I say that? Would
Be
this would
professional development or on or off site to train people, and we train people regularly for different things.
It'd be another bullet under education and training.
Thumbs? Okay. All right. And then Dr. Roundtree suggested to Ms. Franklin that some of the things she said are in severe and repetitive offenses. What exactly is the diversity training and how would it be monitored? That they should be listed in regulations. We all agree on that? Not policy, that would be regulation. That we would come back and ask you for approval. We okay with that? Moving that to regulations, not a policy?
Right.
Okay. And I have from Ms. Purcell, implementation plan that would go along with the policy. I think we spoke about that. Right, okay. And from Ms. Parton, you said a lot, Ms. Parton. I don't know if you gave us specific stuff here. Did I miss something?
No, you did change the word, the would to shall, or
Yes,
vice
yes.
versa. So that was something I think I had mentioned to you earlier. I don't know if I mentioned it here, but I
Okay.
think I mentioned that to you earlier.
You did?
No, it was just in relation to it being kind of broad and just making sure that we had things in place to where our administration knew how to handle it and there wasn't any doubts of how to do something or what to do or that type of thing. And then for each of our sets of our students to know their rights, being the accused and the accuser, to know, to make our students aware, incorporate this into something maybe we send to them and the parents, to let them know when this happens, what they can do and what's available to them, and then vice versa. I don't know how you want to say that, but it may already be said in there.
Educate our community.
Anyone want to help me with the wording on that?
Making it under the training, there's already, MCPS will provide ongoing education for students, staff, and parents. Understanding and
it's there.
recognizing hate speech. I mean,
Just
I think a
maybe
lot of it's
emphasizing
covered in there.
that we just try to do what we say we're going to do with our policies. And it's not just this one, it's all of them.
Yeah, right.
This one, we're just talking about this one, but like I said, our policies are only good as it is if we do what we say we're going to do. So just making sure that we iterate that.
Sounds good.
A lot of that goes into the regulations piece, right? So we set the policy, now how's it going to be enforced, right? And so that's what the administration would work on next.
Dr.
With the new policy, it will be very beneficial to have a presentation on those regulations and implementation in a 6-month time frame from now, because I know you're not going to be able to do it in 2 months. We got budget stuff to do.
I appreciate that. We'll get it done. Okay, and then Dr. Gitche, I'm not sure where we left off. Documentation, due process, appeal process, recommendation include language regarding due process ability to appeal. Bring the recommendation to the school board for creation of regulations. I don't know where we landed.
So I don't have the language. I would like to see a step for an appeal.
Not to diminish any of this work that we're trying to do, but I do think we will run into, students can also be vindictive. And whether it's just, someone wanting to see someone get in trouble. And I think there needs to be an appeal process that gives maybe an accused person a way to voice their side, their opinion, no, this was misunderstood, that's not what I meant, because that does happen. And so I don't know if that's exactly what you're talking about. The same with staff, you know. They could have said, no, they took that completely wrong. I was explaining something here, and that student took offense to it and went and you know, reported it. So I think we need some kind of a appeal. Now, you may not be meaning it that way, but I would like to see that.
Well, I think it could go either way, and I think
Yeah,
that's why
absolutely,
it's necessary. So,
absolutely.
like, let's say a student thinks, the principal is protecting another student, and they feel like they have, so it could go either way.
Right.
So I'm not ignoring the possibility that you
Right.
could have a problem at the other end, but, you know, you could have a minority member, a student, lodge a complaint, and the principal's like, I don't think that really does, and then
Right.
what, so it's either way.
Right, but
Yeah.
exactly, it could be the
Yeah.
other way. No, I really think you,
I don't think it should all be confined to the school building. That's
right,
We want to make sure each side,
or gets heard,
exactly,
gets heard.
because a lot of the times we don't.
Again,
What I heard was, I'm sorry.
I just want to be clear that, again, like, and so part of this is just our understanding. So if a student receives a detention or an in-school suspension, is there any appeal already in our discipline for that kind of stuff, up to you or your designee?
At that level, I don't think so.
Okay.
But if someone feels they were not treated correctly, they can always call me, and they do. And I would meet and review it, you know. But those outcomes are determined by the building level without much differentiation. Again, if somebody comes and complains to me that they were unfairly treated or something happened and wasn't dealt with in a way consistent with our policy or the way they felt it should be, I will meet with them and address their concern, right? The long-term or suspension process and expulsion and out of school, there's a process there where there's an appeal to the superintendent or his designee, which typically is our committee, and the results of those are final. There's no appeal further from there, so.
Well, and I
But-
guess I was going by the written warning and documentation. You know, if there was a misunderstanding and there's a written documentation on, say, a staff member that, you know, they didn't feel that that was the correct reporting, that, you know, but yet it's written and documented in their file. I kind of think it would be good for them to be able to say, but wait a minute, that's not what happened, that's not the way it happened.
Why would that be different in this, for this policy than any of our other discipline?
Well, it's not.
kind of things?
It's not, but
Yeah, I mean, there's section 5, personnel, article 6, employee discipline and grievance procedures. So, I mean, we can just reference
okay, there.
section 5, personnel, article 6. Same thing for students. Students, is it just it's in our code of conduct? Yeah, 7-3.2, student suspension, expulsion, deals with grievance rights.
That's suspension and expulsion. I think what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, from Dr. Guitry and from Jamie, was that if someone disagrees with the outcome of this policy, somebody said I made hate speech, somebody said yes, or somebody determined no, either way, that there's an appeal process specific to that, is what I heard y'all say. So if you want to add to the policy, add an appeal process when disagreement exists with the outcome of the investigation. That's what I heard. I don't know if y'all want to put that in or not.
Now, I mean, is the outcome of an investigation public for a student, or?
No,
So-
nor for personnel.
So how does somebody that's filing a grievance know whether or not it's handled correctly, other than you say that, yes, there was disciplinary, or it was handled appropriately. So they're unhappy with the discipline action that was given. They feel that they should have had more discipline action, but they're not aware of the discipline action because they're not allowed to be. I don't think that's one that we can solve. Right, but that's what Ed is asking for, is that I'm unhappy with how Bernie treated me. I complained to Penny, Penny maybe disciplined Bernie,
No.
but I'm not, that,
No, that's not.
that's,
That's not. That's.
The appeal that we were talking about, or for me, was more of, say, if
talking
you,
about the discipline appeal.
no,
No.
the accusation appeal.
The investigation.
Yeah, like say, if you go to the principal and say, Jamie made a derogatory hate speech comment about me. Or say a group of, let's just say a group of students said, my teacher made a derogatory hate speech comment. And so she was called to the office by the principal and was disciplined for that action. And she went, wait a minute.
No proof.
No, that's not the way that went down. I feel like there needs to be, instead of her just being written up, or him,
That one's already in policy.
right, well, a lot of these things are in policy.
What Ed's asking about is for the person that's making the complaint about the teacher, they didn't feel that it was handled correctly, that the teacher wasn't appropriately disciplined, and their grievance rights to go and say
Oh,
that it's not, that,
I didn't think that was what
what
you
you're asking?
No, if we.
No,
I didn't think
I
so.
mean,
That part,
what I'm
no.
thinking of, if a student, for instance, I mean, there could be other applications, a student accuses another student,
yeah?
okay? And either one feels like the judgment of the building principal was fair, compromise, or whatever, then though the individual, either party can appeal above the principal.
That's the part, you're saying either party. Whereas
Yeah.
Jamie
Right.
was talking about
No, no, no,
Yeah,
no. We've
they-
said
they
either the
understood
whole
that. I
time.
think they
Yeah, we've
understand
said either, both.
I just was using an example.
Right.
But you don't, yeah, so you can always appeal to a higher authority in the school system that something's not being taken care of appropriately. The outcome of an investigation of a student
But we're not talking about that.
cannot be told to another party.
Right, but I appreciate your point, but the reason why I think that they want that appeal is the
You've been
determination
accused.
could be against you, and you would certainly know that it was against you. So it could apply in different scenarios, but the one that, because I think that is one of your, like, that's one of your, both of your objections to this policy. And so I'm trying to help a little bit here, because I agree that right now everything is confined to the building. Now, they could say to themselves, well, I don't like that, so I'm going to write to the superintendent. I can tell you, there are a lot of students who just wouldn't know to do that, and it's putting the onus on those parties. Now, if the discipline led automatically to suspension, expulsion, long-term, whatever, it's clear from our policy the rights, the due process rights of the parties with regard to the discipline. But we have investigations here by the building principal, records of it, and there's no review outside of that building in this policy. So I don't feel comfortable leaving this just to regulation. So that's why I'm advocating for the ability to appeal, a party to appeal.
So do we just want to list in the case, so before policy review, in the case of disgruntled, or in the case of a dispute of the decision.
Yeah, there you go.
You can appeal to the director of student or elementary education, and then to the assistant superintendent, so forth.
Yeah, something like that. So you have that section, severe or repeated offenses, either before or after. You could put a statement in their appeal. I mean, there is no designated party that's actually mentioned here in the policy, but if you did, then you could have that person, but somebody above the building. And it's not that I don't trust our principals, of course, it's just I'm cognizant of this is a very difficult policy that we're implementing, and I would like to see the ability to review.
All right.
Right. And I would feel more comfortable if that wasn't to another individual, but to a committee or a group of people that are designated to review, so there's just not one person, one person, one person.
One, of course, I went to the superintendent, but the top is the board.
I think,
But we should have a
I
committee.
think Ms. Franklin's saying have a committee, right?
Right.
That would-
So just like we do. To a certain level, they review it, and then it goes this way or that way. But I, especially when it comes to these issues where it could be biases toward this group or that group, so those things don't ever rise to them being an issue.
So Dr. Reagan, what do we, thumbs up and thumbs down in here? You got that?
That was the last thing we had, and somewhere I have to work on the wording, but add an appeal process when disagreement exists with the outcome of the investigation. We can make it via committee, or y'all want to make it a committee? And we'll decide who's going to be on it, you know, somebody from equity, maybe somebody from a building level, somebody from central office, maybe our compliance officer.
Sounds good.
Is that okay with that verbiage?
Is that verbiage okay, everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically,
Can you say
add an appeal
say that one more time?
process. Add an appeal process before or after severe and repeated offenses. Add an appeal process when disagreement exists with the outcome of the investigation. And I'll put in there will be conducted by a committee that will define what that committee is. 3 people. I'll pick some central office equity and building based. That makes sense to me, if that makes sense to all of you.
Yeah, and then additional appeal to you and then to us.
Final appeal would be
Board
to the
level appeal.
superintendent, to the board. We want to go that far? Because right now, nobody can appeal to the board for anything except an expulsion.
Superintendent.
Let's end it here, right?
Yep.
Is that okay? I'll put that verbiage in.
Okay, thumbs up.
I'll put whatever you want, but right now, nothing can be appealed to the board except expulsion.
And I guess
For
that would
student
be
outcomes.
because people could get in everybody's ear, and that's not how we can, oh, you know what I mean.
Do we have anything else? Sorry.
Your mic's off.
We don't have good history. So I think we need to make sure there is a process, and I think this may fall in line with that.
Do we have anything else on your list, Dr. Bregan?
Or there's already a process, which I think I mentioned earlier, to cite that process of what the discipline might be that may result from an investigation, and that would go through our grievance process, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was everything?
Yep, that was everything.
Okay. All right, board. Tosh, could you read the motion back to us?
So I have amend the motion to approve the hate speech policy with amendments that have a vote from the majority of the board without legal review.
Okay.
All right.
And we just got our thumbs up and everything to be included. So now it's a matter of approving the policy with those amendments before legal review, really, right?
That's the motion.
That's the motion.
There would be no legal review.
Yeah. They can look back over it and tell us something, but.
We voted, so.
Right.
yeah.
Okay. All right, board, any more discussion so we can get a vote here and see where we are? All right, Tosh, give us a roll call.
Okay, Ms. Bond? Yes. Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gittrey?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes, that's fine.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes, but we can still have the lawyer do a review after to make sure that we didn't.
No, that's
do
not what the
something
motion
silly.
is.
Well, but,
Not what the motion is.
so we're going to pass a policy with no legal review.
They've been reviewing it. And
Not these changes tonight.
My goodness, if every time we make a change, we get these attorneys
That's
who,
literally what
and
job
when
is.
when we get their opinions, we're like, and we're paying for this, right? Okay.
Can I just make an observation that there's nothing that would prevent, there was nothing that would prevent us after we make all these changes, we've passed it. If you pass it by the lawyer and there's a serious red flag, then it can be amended. It could come before the board and make an amendment. I mean, this is not set in stone for the eternity.
Right.
So there can still be a legal review, but let's get we just passed the policy. Correct?
We know every time the attorney reviews something, there's something we need to change or
Well,
that want to caution you, right? And then we just keep going round and round. We voted, we're done.
Well, I think that they're less likely, since we just passed the policy, to make any significant revisions. I'm just saying, if there are any serious red flags, I don't think there's going to be. But if there is, that to protect us, yeah. And I want to apologize for not using
I'm
the
just
word
gonna say
veto
that
earlier by saying
that's not what
approves.
the-
I just meant that the board can be involved in regulation. But can I make a motion that we table, because I know we're going to move on, correct?
Yes.
That we table the calendar discussion for the next meeting, because I know we need to get to the budget, and it is 10:38, so I move that we table the calendar discussion until the next meeting. I don't know if there's going to be a second to that, but I'm concerned about the
Second.
time.
We haven't finished. Yeah, we haven't finished this.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm
After the
so
vote.
sorry. I thought we did. I thought we
After
went
the
through the
vote,
vote.
I'll
I'm so
second.
sorry.
Yes.
He didn't say, he said,
He
yeah.
said, but we need.
I vote yes. Yeah, at this point, it doesn't matter what I vote, but we need to run it by the lawyer. That's like we do all of our policies. And if they come back with something, we need to amend it, that's fine, but we shouldn't be approving policies. with
They
no
are
legal
going to
review.
come back with something. So why did we bother doing that vote if we're going to run it by the attorney? We should have said, run it by the attorney and then we'll vote on it.
That would have been my motion. I didn't make it.
Right, but you voted yes for it. So, okay.
I have 7 in favor for this vote.
Motion
Are we
carries.
leaving it without legal review? That's how the vote.
Yeah, because that's what the motion was. That's what the motion was. That's what we voted on. Without legal review.
Can we entertain the motion? Can I motion that we table the calendar discussion until the next meeting so that we can move on to the budget? And I think that there was a willingness for a second.
Representatives here.
Right. We already have another meeting for potential discussion about the budget, but we don't about the calendar. So, because next Tuesday, the 28th, I think was a potential meeting to talk about budget.
That's correct.
And the calendar, I would rather discuss that, because I'm good with it, okay? But I would rather move that on and then continue the budget discussion next week.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
To what?
For the tabling the calendar. No. I know, but the motion is that we table the calendar discussion until the next meeting.
Was there a second to that?
Yes.
Okay. Tosh, roll call.
Okay, wait a minute. If we decided against, because since we have another budget meeting planned, would you entertain the fact of tabling the budget and going ahead and looking at the calendar?
That's fine. I thought that we were under pressure with the budget because we're going to review it now, but then it needs to come before the board again for approval before it goes to the Board of Supervisors. So I'd like to.
I think they're both quick. We can get them both done quickly.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Is there a committee member for the calendar present that is presenting the calendar proposal?
I believe Dr. Widener's here as the representative.
Okay.
And I think she's the only representative here. Is that correct, Dr. Widener?
Board, any more discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond,
I'm going to vote yes.
Ms. Franklin,
And the motion was to table the calendar?
Yes.
No.
Dr. Gitry,
Yes.
Ms. Parton, Ms. Purcell,
No.
Dr. Roundtree,
No.
Mr. Hudson.
Nope.
4 opposed, 3 in favor.
God almighty.
All right.
My life.
Dr. Amanda Widener, our Director of Human Resources, will now present the MCPS Calendar Committee draft proposals for 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28.
Good evening, Chair Hudson, school board members, Dr. Bragan. On behalf of the Calendar Committee, I am the chair of the Calendar Committee, and I'm here to present information and draft calendars that the committee has been working on over the last several months. And I'll just wait for Ms. Osborne to get the presentation pulled up. Presentation is linked in the agenda along with the 3 drafts of the calendars. Just as a reminder, I think you're aware, but the Calendar Committee is one of several superintendent's advisory committees that we have. So we don't meet every year, but we did meet last year and you approved a calendar for this year. So this year we met to look at calendars for future years. As a superintendent's advisory committee, Dr. Bragan provides the initial parameters for us to look at. And of course, we follow all policies that pertain to the calendar. So specifically, our objective that we were given was to develop 3 calendars for the next 3 school years. They are linked here in the presentation, and then there are also PDF attachments for you in the agenda, and I'll speak specifically to those. These are the members of the Calendar Committee. So first, I just want to thank and extend my gratitude to this group. We had a group representing all of our communities. Myself and Ann Mitchell, who's the Director of Elementary Education, we were the representatives from the school board office, and as such, we're non-voting members on the committee. But from Auburn, we had Amanda Bradley, who's a parent. From Eastmont, we had Lee Bortz, who's an instructional coach at Eastern Montgomery Elementary School. Catherine Davis represented Blacksburg Strand as a teacher. Andrew Dew, we were fortunate to have a student on the committee this year, which we've not always had in the past. So Andrew is a Blacksburg High School student. Robin Grove is a Christiansburg elementary teacher. Dr. Megan Hawley is an administrator from Blacksburg. Jean Ann Knies is a Christiansburg parent, and Sarah Price was a Blacksburg parent. And some of those members were former members who've been on committees in the past, but many were new. Again, I just appreciated the work of this group. They were very collaborative, very productive, and very engaging. Dr. Bragan kind of gave us these parameters to work with. Currently, our current calendar has 177 instructional days, so we want to work towards increasing those instructional days, getting closer to 180 days. We wanted to maintain a mid-August start to the school year, which is something that's kind of been a precedent that's been in place for a long time now. And then as much as possible, try to maintain a fall break, Thanksgiving break, winter break, a full week of spring break in March if possible, and some type of break around Easter weekend. And then we also wanted to try and end the school year as much as possible near Memorial Day. So the tall orders. That's just a review of our current calendar that you approved last year. This calendar has 177 school days, 188 days for teachers with 11 teacher work days. And then I've identified the breaks and the holidays that are in that calendar. So that's just there as a point of comparison for you. Before I get into details about the calendars and what we put into them, I just wanted to explain kind of the thinking and the consensus that came from the committee through our work over the past several months. First of all, in maintaining a mid-August start to the school year, we would like to return the recommendation from the committee, and I believe this was unanimous among the committee, is to return to a Wednesday first day of school. So this past year, we did make an adjustment to move it back to Tuesday to gain an instructional day, and I think everybody agreed on the committee, whether it was parents, staff, or our student, that starting on Tuesday this year was not ideal. It was a little harder. So as much as possible, the committee wants to see a return to the first day of school on Wednesday. We had a lot of robust discussion around the teacher workdays, the need for teacher workdays, where they're best placed, and there were a few points that came out of our discussion. When we look at the beginning of the year, the committee did recommend to add 2 additional workdays. Traditionally, we've had 5. They have recommended 7, and that is to ensure that there is adequate time for teachers to work in their classrooms, along with PD that may be scheduled. PD is often scheduled at the beginning of the year, but then throughout the school year. And it was the opinion of especially the staff on the committee that it would be ideal to front load as much of that possible early in the year so that teachers then have the benefit of having those skills and knowledge and being able to implement them from the beginning. There's certainly the idea that teacher workdays are essential, but when they are placed in the calendar, it's really important to put them near the end of a grading period so that teachers have adequate time to grade and plan and tie up the marking period, but also then to plan for conferences that may follow and for the next grading period. We talked about fall break, and there was general consensus that fall break should really come at the conclusion of the first marking period. So again, as much as possible, looking at where the first grading period ends and kind of providing that natural break there that is also close to conference days. As much as possible, the committee also wanted us to look at where religious holidays fell so that whenever it was feasible to kind of link those to either teacher work days or to breaks. And you'll see some examples of that in the calendars. We had discussion over how long winter break should be. The calendar for this existing school year, winter break was a little shorter than it sometimes has been. It was 8 days for staff. Staff returned from winter break on January 2nd this year. And so it was 10 days for students. And the committee felt it would be more ideal if that winter break could be a little bit longer, where staff have 2 full weeks or 10 days, and then students have 12 days. So that was a request. With spring break kind of fluctuates a little bit because it typically falls where Easter weekend falls, although that's not the case with our current calendar. But again, looking at what was best for students, the committee felt that whenever possible, we want to try to align our spring break with the Easter weekend, but also near the end of a grading period, the end of the 3rd quarter. However, anytime Easter falls in April, that becomes challenging. And it was certainly the consensus of the committee that it is not ideal to have a week-long spring break in mid to late April, because that really doesn't help us with optimal preparation for our end-of-year assessments that start in late April and early May. And then finally, we had discussion over where graduation weekend should fall. And again, it was the consensus of the committee that as much as possible, we should avoid scheduling graduation weekend on the same weekend as Memorial Day. Our current calendar this year does do that because we had to avoid a conflict with Virginia Tech's graduation. But looking forward, we've tried to avoid scheduling graduation the same weekend as Memorial Day weekend. That often creates conflicts with families. We have staff who have to work that weekend, and so that was another thing that committee wanted us to consider. All right, I'm just going to kind of go through and highlight some of the key things in the first semester of the 25-26 calendar. Things that are changes from what we're currently doing are in red. So I've already mentioned in this calendar, teachers have 7 required workdays at the start of the year instead of 5, and school starts on Wednesday, August 13th. Schools are closed on Labor Day. That's always the case. That's in policy, and there are no teacher work days in September. Fall break we scheduled Friday, October 17th, with the teacher workday the day before that on the 16th, and that follows the end of the first quarter. So the first quarter ends, we have a teacher workday, followed by a Friday for fall break. This year we aligned the calendar, our fall break, to align with a Thursday tech football game. Their schedule is not out at this time, at least not their full schedule, so we can try and anticipate that maybe that will be a Thursday night game, but that was not something we were able to plan at this time. And then parent-teacher conferences occur the following week. As we typically have, there's a teacher workday on Tuesday, November 4th, Election Day. We've left 3 days in for Thanksgiving break. And then the end of the second quarter and first semester occurs on Friday, December 19th. And one of the changes the committee recommended here was making that an early release day for students, not for staff, but as the conclusion of the semester, the conclusion of a marking period, and everybody getting ready to not be in the buildings for the next 2 weeks. They felt that this would help staff kind of wrap things up and have a little bit more time if it was an early release for students, and then staff had the second half of the day to kind of wrap things up. So then winter break is 10 days for staff, 12 days for students, and that gives us 45 days in quarter one, 41 in quarter two, and 86 days in the first semester. All right, the second semester for this calendar, we leave the 2 teacher workdays in January. School reopens on January 7th, a little bit later than it was this year. We recognize Martin Luther King Day and President's Day as holidays in January and February. No teacher workdays in February. Quarter end ends on March 19th, and we've built that in, followed by a workday. Again, staff feel it's important to have a workday following the end of the marking period. And this day was also chosen because it is a religious holiday for some of our students. Eid al-Fitr, which is a important Muslim holiday that marks the end of Ramadan. So we felt that this could be an ideal timing for students who would not be in school on that day. The following week is parent-teacher conference week, and then we have a 6-day spring break that does align with Good Friday and Easter Monday. So then there's not a spring weekend because it aligns with spring break. The school year ends on Friday, May 20th. This is after Memorial Day, but again, it doesn't align with graduation weekend. And that gives us 50 days in quarter three, 43 in quarter four, for 93 days in the second semester, and that increases our instructional days to 179 days. Graduation weekend would be May 29th to May 31st. Memorial Day weekend is the weekend before. So in this calendar, we do not finish before Memorial Day. All right, for the following year, I'm not going to go through everything, but just a couple of things that were slight variations from the previous calendar. We were able to keep the first semester very similar to what you saw in the previous calendar. Second semester, we have a few differences. The third quarter ends on March 9th. Again, it's going to be followed by a teacher workday, which also lines up with a religious holiday, followed by parent-teacher conference week, and then spring break from March 22nd to March 29th. And again, that spring break does line up with Easter as part of it. In this calendar, the school year does end before Memorial Day, and graduation is the previous weekend. And this calendar allowed us to get 180 days in. All right, and then on the third calendar, 27, 28, one of the variations here was fall break. So when we looked at fall break, we noticed that Monday, October 11th, which occurs at the end of the first quarter, is a religious holiday. That's Yom Kippur, which is a Day of Atonement. That's a significant holiday in the Jewish religion. That's also Indigenous Peoples' Day and Columbus Day. So we thought that that is a day that many people may want to be off. So we scheduled fall break instead of on a Friday, on a Monday that year, followed by a teacher work day. And again, it does line up with the end of the first quarter. Parent conferences also follow after that. Skipping over to the second semester, the third quarter ends March 9th, followed by teacher workday. And then spring break is a little different here because spring break falls later that year. This is the year that spring break falls in mid-April. And again, wanting to keep a full week away from April, we scheduled spring break here from March 20th to March 24th. So that does not include Good Friday and Easter Monday because they're later. So then we did build in an extended weekend in April just around those 2 days. The school year does end before Memorial Day. Graduation is the weekend before. So we were able to keep that goal of not having graduation conflict with Memorial Day. And this calendar gets us to 179 school days. So I know that's a lot of information, a lot to take in, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about these proposals.
Thank you for that. Great presentation. It's cool to see it out that far and all the factors that y'all tried to weigh to work those out. Board, what questions do we have? Whoever wants to start.
I can go ahead. So a couple of things. Thank you for the presentation, and thank the committee for all the hard work. I'm very appreciative. A couple of thoughts. I mean, one is, so looking at next year's calendar, I have concerns because if you look at spring break, Tech has announced their spring break. It's going to be the same, so it's going to be March 7th through the 14th or whatever that week of the 8th, March 8th. And so, I mean, I remember when I was running for school board, one thing that I heard from the community, passionate, begging me, the school board, to align the calendars. So when I'm looking at this, so knowing, okay, so that second week of March is going to be spring break. I haven't looked at Radford, Virginia Tech. Then the next week, there's going to be a 4-day week because there's a teacher work day. There's going to be a full week, and then there's going to be a whole week off, and then the 6th off. So, like, I think that that's going to be a hardship, potential hardship for not a small portion of our community, because that's basically a month with only 1 week of a full week of classes. And so I'm not even thinking like, faculty or, they won't be able to travel, whatever, spring break, but I know there's graduate students who have kids. There are people who rely on childcare. It is disruptive. And so to extend that over basically a month, I have real concerns with. And the second thing is I think it's good to plan out for several years. I am really reluctant to pass a 3-year calendar because we're going to have like a new school. We're going to have several new members, and I don't know the wisdom of binding a future school board to a calendar that doesn't need to be passed in a 3-year cycle. I mean, I think it's good to have the draft, but there could be legislation that comes down that change. I mean, there could be things that come down the pike that impinge or impact the calendar, and I don't know if we need to be bound for a 3-year period. But I have concerns about that month period and how disruptive that potentially could be.
The thought with the 3 years was similar to policies. If they need to be amended, the boards could vote to amend them, but at least people had a framework moving forward on what they could plan for their vacations. I have heard some community members saying it's even working on it now is too late. If you want to plan, a Disney vacation or somewhere with your young kids and you want to get the optimal time and locations, it's got to be done a year in advance in some other places too, right? So that's the thought process, but.
What's been the board's past history in terms of how far in advance we've tried to approve calendars?
They can be changed and adjusted. So I don't object to the 3. It's, less work every year for the calendar committee.
Not tonight, but we would need to decide what we are going to vote on, if we're going to vote on 1, 2, or 3. And Ms. Farden?
So thanks to the committee, again, and all the hard work, and to you, Amanda, and for everyone that got the committee together. I do still have an issue as far as committee issues that we've heard before and in the previous year. I know we do our best to try to make it equal and even throughout the district, but we do still have over half the committee being MCPS employees. I can see a few being on there, but I do think it would be better to have more community members that weren't affiliated with the school, more parents, because I can see a bias there having employees saying, these are the days that I want to have off, and you've got half of the committee as being part of that group. I've brought that up before, and I'm glad to see a student serving on there, but the way I feel about it, if we're going to have a student from one district, we should try to get a student from every district, because you're going to have additional people from just one district as opposed to the other districts in the county. So that's how I feel about that part of it. I still think we are way behind on instructional days that we need due to student needs and test scores we've seen, and my community always tells me we need to be in school more, and so I don't feel like we're getting up quick enough to where we need to be as far as instructional days. And if there wants to be some change in breaks, which I'm all about as well, because I know everybody deserves a break, and well-deserved break, students and staff, I wouldn't oppose switching some time from one week to another, but adding time already to an extended break, I do have an issue with. So if you wanted to cut one break shorter to make another break longer, I wouldn't have so much of an opposition to, but continually adding new holidays in, longer break time in, and that type of thing, I'm not real sure how I feel about that.
Ms. Bond? Ms. Rousseau? Sorry, were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm done.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I think it would be great to let families know when the first day of school for 2025 is as soon as possible, just because when you are a working parent, your options for childcare diminish greatly in August, and just so that people can plan. I liked last year the logic of the week that we have for spring break in 2025, that it was the end of the marking period, and it aligned with the employer of 40-ish% of people in our community. Just to speak for myself, I'm a academic year employee. My employer tells me when I can take off work, and I can't take off work in April. So I'm scrambling for childcare, or it's just time that I don't get to spend with my kids. I would really like to have some kind of survey sent out to the community so that we can collect some data and see how most people feel, rather than just kind of telling them. I know that I appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into this plan, but I wouldn't feel confident just dictating something without a little more community feedback. Finally, I have a couple of questions about graduation. So I know that because of the influx of people to attend Virginia Tech's graduation, we pushed ours later than we would normally do that for 2025. Does that really only affect Blacksburg or Blacksburg and Christiansburg? Or does that affect the whole county? Additionally, is it just culture or tradition that it's always over a weekend and not an evening graduation, which might not just leave people hanging? Like, the seniors are done, and sometimes they have itchy feet or just other things going on, or does it just make the complications of event planning just too much?
I can only speak for the last few years when we had it on the weekend. And, I was intimately involved in working with our secondary administrators and central office staff and planning those. And they seemed to want them at the times we had them. One of the things from Montgomery Central was they really enjoyed their Friday evening. And that seemed to be a time that the other schools didn't really want. And then when we looked at Saturday, again, the feedback I got, you may have spoken to a wider berth of people, was that Blacksburg typically wanted to go early on Saturday morning, be the first one. Christiansburg would go next, and then we had Auburn in the middle of the day, and I didn't hear anybody complaining about that to me. It seemed to work. One of the things that I tried to do, and I don't know if y'all tell me otherwise, but as the superintendent, especially the first year, I wanted to attend them all and say a few words. I did that last year as well. I do enjoy doing that, but that's Bernie Bragan. If the school board says you want to do them all the same day or same time, I'll take direction on that. I think this year, though, it's kind of too late to change things for this year, but moving forward, and with the construction at Christiansburg High School, there really wasn't an option to have theirs on site. So that's why we were definitely going to do with the two bigger schools at Castle. That's the thought process on those.
Well, and you're always going to hear people that push back and it doesn't fit their schedule. But I would think weekends would suit grandparents coming in, family members coming in, opposed to weeknights might not, and that would make for a really late night for working parents. But I think the Friday nights work well, and then Saturdays, and I do like the fact of being able to go to as many as we can. I think it's important for our communities to see us there, and you as well, Dr. Bragan. So,
Yeah. So, and we also have folks who may have family members in several of the communities who like to try to attend those. So having them over the weekend, I've always enjoyed, because I've usually been able to get to at least 3, and it was very disappointing when you can only do 1, or it's a marathon all day long. It's just not as joyful once you get to that 3rd one. And each one of our communities is so special with the way they do their graduations. It's just very special to be able to get to as many as you can.
Ms. Purcell, were you done with your comments? Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, thank you and the committee for your work. I would just reiterate, I would like a broad community feedback on when spring break is and whether or not we align it with Virginia Tech.
Ms. Franklin?
So if we're going to do a survey, that's fine, but I'm going to stick with, we shouldn't have to align with Virginia Tech, because there are a lot of folks at Virginia Tech who don't get spring break at the same time, or don't get spring break at all. And I'm not sure about graduation and Memorial Day. My thought process is people have an extra day off usually, so it's easier to travel with the memorial when it's over Memorial Day weekend. That's my thought about that. So what was the thought process on not wanting to do that?
The comments that came up about this is that it potentially interfered with other family traditions of going to travel outside that weekend. We have staff that have to work that weekend. And so, they thought it was less than ideal having graduation scheduled on what is traditionally a holiday weekend.
And I do like that we are recognizing other folks' religious needs.
I don't have any other comments myself that haven't already been touched on. Anything else, board? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, board, so we're looking at 11:11. There was a discussion about potentially having that meeting next week, which I think we already have some student discipline matters, if I'm not mistaken. Also having some budget conversations there, so if somebody wanted to entertain a motion to table the budget conversation until then, you might get more than a few votes.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd prefer to take a quick run at the budget, just going through it with no comments, so that we've been through it once for our next meeting.
Noted. Anything else? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Totally confused.
Motion to,
Okay, so and it would be put in. What time will?
We can
Keep
discuss.
having meetings on Tuesday nights, and I get that, but since I'm the liaison to the county, I mean, to the town, I can't never get there.
You know what we scheduled?
To Penny's point, that Tuesday is becoming a pretty firm Tuesday meeting.
Right.
Yep.
That we may need more time to have discussion around the budget than just a couple of regular school board meetings. So we scheduled.
Oh, I agree. I'm just,
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking, what, would we start at 7 or 6?
I think the
or-
first
I'll query the
student,
board on that. I mean, you will have student matters, so we could start with that. And, all we need is a quorum for that, right? And then if you all need to come later for the budget
Some might
or
could come,
whatever.
okay.
yeah.
I think the first student matter was scheduled for 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay, I vote yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
No.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Motion carries. All right, are there any items of unfinished business? Any items of new business?
At some point with the PD on the calendars, I would like to get a presentation on what PD options we have for teachers and what PD is required for them. And if there's any blocks of PD that we require where they can choose one of a number and so forth. I'd just like to understand the PD structure a little bit better. If that, either in document form just to me, or if the whole board wants it, the whole board.
Okay.
Yep.
Board, anything else on the new business?
Yeah, there's something I want to bring up. So after our last meeting, I was alerted to a plan to implement standard-based grading for 4th and 5th grade simultaneously. And there was concern that was expressed to me that this was happening, and then for a couple different reasons. One, it was going to be happening simultaneously. So I reached out to ask questions about it, and what I was told was different from what's happening. And so right now, the division is working on the implementation of a standard-based grading for 4th and 5th grade. We have a grading policy. So when I came on the board and we had the presentation last year about 3rd grade moving over, I assumed that was like, this is midstream, this has been approved, we're just getting an update. Because our policy has letter grades from third grade up, and so I didn't realize. I was like, oh, wait a second, this should have been approved by the board, and now I'm finding out so I brought this to the attention of our superintendent, and then last Wednesday there's PD going on right now to work on the implementation of implementing standards-based grading for 4th and 5th grade. What I was told was that it's in our strategic plan. I looked, there is standard-based curriculum and instruction, but not the grading, but we have a grading policy. So I was concerned because I feel like the board should have been informed that the division was working on this and that it should have been brought to us as a presentation before working on the implementation. So I've heard from more than one source that there's concern from teachers. And so I'd like for the board to be informed of what, and I asked, I was like, is this just something being explored? And it was clear to me from more than one source that was like, no, this is happening. It's happening now. So I'd like some answers.
Dr. Guidry did share that with me after the last meeting, and we are implementing the 3rd grade standards-based report carding this year, report card grading, and that is in conflict with our policy. Policy should have been changed and adjusted last year to reflect that, because it does say there will be grades, letter grades, and for grades 3, 4, and 5, so that is not in alignment. We are exploring grades 4 and 5, the possibility of expanding that. I was at the training that occurred last week. I was in the room with the teachers and with our trainers and with the principals. And we made that really clear that at this point, we're exploring the option, if our staff think this is best practice, how best to provide feedback to our parents about their students' performance, we would then consider bringing that to the school board for approval. Nothing has been determined. I don't know who's saying that. But if they want to talk to me, I'd be willing to talk to them and love to have that conversation, because we have not determined anything. And I wouldn't do that, and that's not how we operate. We are looking at that as an option, working with our teachers at those grade levels and seeing what that would look like and if it's feasible or not, and if they think it's what's a best practice. What I've heard is the teachers, again, a majority were in support of it, but if that's not the case, we won't even present it. But if we do believe that's what we should be doing, whether moving forward with 4th grade or 5th grade or one or none, we'll share that with you all in the spring when we get to it. Nothing's been determined. I shared that with you, Dr. Guidry. You didn't believe me, but that's the way I say it.
So it sounds like we do at least need a presentation and/or a policy change in order to be consistent with 3rd grade. Is that true?
To be consistent, we would have to change our policy regarding 3rd grade.
Okay.
That wasn't done. That's true.
Yeah. I just want to clarify, it's not that I don't believe you, it's that I checked with multiple sources to confirm, like, hey, is this just being explored? And they're like, oh, no, this is happening. And that there's going to be some soft launch at the end of this academic year. So I'm just, yeah, there should be a presentation. I'm just surprised that we had no idea that the division was working on this. So yeah, thank you.
I'd have to go back and look at the meeting from last year. My understanding from last year was that they were going grade by grade to do this. And I don't know, did we vote on 3rd grade last year?
We did.
Did we just hear a presentation on it?
No, I'm pretty sure we voted on doing it in 3rd grade. We didn't change the policy, but there was a conversation if we were going to move forward, we would do it incrementally. But
we voted, we approved it in conflict with our policy. We need to update our policy. We had there was a presentation that said that they planned on doing 4th grade next, and I don't know if it was in a year or two, but those conversations were going on. They weren't doing stuff behind our back.
I reviewed the transcript from that because I was like, maybe I just misunderstood, and there wasn't, and I could check again.
Yeah, I can
But
go back
even still, there was a conflict because it's being done simultaneously at 4th and 5th grade. So for instance, the PD, that what I was told that in the morning was the 5th grade and in the afternoon was the 4th grade. So unless multiple people are telling me.
Doing it together is a conflict with what we were presented last year. I agree with that.
Yeah.
There was training that occurred and working with the teachers to see if it's feasible to move forward. So that did happen. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but the fact that it's a fait accompli, that we've already approved it, that's definitely not accurate because I didn't go over that. I didn't review that with our directors or our assistant soup and make that decision. So until that comes, it's not coming before the board because we haven't decided to go there. And I say this publicly, I say it privately. We're working really hard to give our teachers a say in what goes on in the classroom because they know better than anybody. They know better than all of you. They know better than me what's going on in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade classroom on a daily basis. So when the majority of them say, hey, Bernie, I think this is a good idea, I'm going to present it to y'all. You talk about it and do whatever you want. But I'm committed to that, and if people are saying or hearing otherwise, I'll address it.
Because I recall, we voted on 3rd grade, and that 4th and 5th were mentioned as, moving forward with that. But again, even if the teachers think it's a good idea, the board still needs to know before we start any kind of PD on it, just to keep down the conflict and the chatter. But we were told you were gonna be looking at moving it to the 4th and 5th grade.
Okay, board, any more new business? Any announcements?
I just would like to give kudos to Auburn Middle School for their 10-year reunion anniversary.
10-year anniversary
Yeah,
of their new school.
At their new school that they did the other night. It was really nice, and a lot of work was put into it. A lot of old pictures, a lot of old yearbooks that you could look at, and it was really nice. I appreciate them inviting us to it, and I appreciate the group that came tonight from our Auburn community to sing for us. It was wonderful. Thank you.
I did want to second that. Ms. Bond and I was able to attend that function together. We had a good time. There was an alumni basketball game as well. I wouldn't say old alumni because they could still move up and down that court pretty fast. So there was a couple older ones in there, maybe around our age, a few. But it was a lot of fun, well organized. I heard good feedback. So it was just a really fun event to go and celebrate that milestone with them. So thank them so much for that. And thanks again, Bernie, for inviting the choir to come sing for us. They were amazing. I wish I could sing as good as they could. I'm so jealous. But that's the fun part, just getting to see the talents of our students. And I welcome much more of that if possible, if we can make time for that. That's just one of the fun things about being a board member is showcasing and showing off our students and getting to thank them and appreciate them in person. So kudos to them.
Ms. Barton, I just can't take credit for that. That was Mr. Hudson had that contact, and we just facilitated it.
Oh,
So.
Mr. Hudson, thank you so much.
Not just the singing, but like the tapping and the clipping. I would have fallen on my face trying to do all that.
No way. I couldn't
Ain't no
do
way.
that in sequence the way
Yep.
we got all that going on.
Board, anything else?
Yes, I'd just like to bring up Senate Bill 1003, which is for school breakfast at no cost to students, is in the Virginia Senate right now. You can contact your senators and delegates in order to express support for providing breakfast to our students at no cost, and adding lunch to that bill as well at no cost. And just for a reminder, the senators in Montgomery County are Virginia Senator Hackworth, Virginia Senator Sutterlane, and then the state delegates are Delegate Ballard and Delegate Openchain. So please reach out to them and let them know that you support that bill. And then thank you to Sheriff Parton and Superintendent Bernie Bregan for their work on getting school bus stop sign cameras installed so that people are not passing by school buses when the stop signs are out. I can't believe people did that to begin with. Building on the safety of our students on the roads with the school zone speeding cameras at least in the county schools. We need to, I don't think that's in the town schools yet, so we can hand it to the town schools.
We're working on that. But yeah, I appreciate that. And that came from Sheriff Parton's initiative with the cameras. And if it's anything like the school zone, the speed zone, I look forward to it because had to visit Auburn today. And, you know, it was around school time. There was one going to Auburn Elementary School. I'm like, why are these people going so darn slow? Everybody's creeping at like 20 miles an hour. So I was like, oh, dummy, I don't want to get a ticket. But it works, you know, so it's nice to see.
Anything else, Board?
Yeah, I was happy to hear about the cameras too, because I've watched people just breeze right through. So this Saturday, January the 25th at 9 o'clock, the Dialogue on Race will have its annual Winter Summit at 9 o'clock. It is coffee with cops. I don't like cops, I like law enforcement. But it's always wonderful to sit down with our law enforcement folks and have a cup of coffee and start building relationship. And then we will go into our summit around education and law enforcement. So everyone's invited to attend. You can register, that would be great. Help us with lunches for you. But if not, just walk on in.
Did you say the location?
Christiansburg Middle School. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Board, anything else?
I'll just mention one thing by way of announcement. So the General Assembly is working, the House of Delegates, on a vaping bill. So there were two versions that have been consolidated. I know, and so I'm optimistic. One of the things it does address is it names the agencies that have some role in enforcement. So I'm happy. And tomorrow I'm actually going to have a conversation with Delegate Openchain about it. So it'd be great for people to reach out and to support it.
Do you know what bill number that is?
Sure. So the replacement bill, it's House Bill 1946.
With the free meals, is there a House bill in conjunction with the Senate bill? Or just a House bill? A Senate bill?
Senate bill, I'm not aware of a House bill in conjunction with it yet.
Okay. So with the vaping, is it to regulate it better than what they do? Or do you know what the details?
So it's on two fronts. There's for minors in possession about confiscation. The Republican bill did have a minimal penalty, but it's about confiscation. And then the second half has to do with the taxation, and it lists some of the agencies that have responsibility in governance over shops and over the sales of marijuana and hemp products. So both possession as well as agency involvement.
Ms. Osborne, we need a vote to extend.
Motion to extend.
Hang on a second.
Second.
Ms. Franklin and Ms. Purcell?
Okay. Ms. Bond?
No.
Ms. Franklin?
I'm going to say, why did I make a motion for something I don't want to do?
So we can discuss.
So, yes.
Dr. Gidry,
Abstain.
Ms. Parton,
Yes, for goodness.
Purcell,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstain.
Motion carries.
Correction, the House bill for free breakfast is House Bill 1958.
All right, our upcoming school board meetings are noted in board docs. As we were discussing, we also will have a special session next week for student matters and budget discussion. I'll coordinate with everyone on timing and agenda for that. Do I have a motion to enter into closed session as authorized by section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia to discuss 2 personnel matters?
So moved.
Second?
Mr. Roundtree and Ms. Purcell, any discussion? Please call the roll.
Ms.
Yes.
Vaughn, Ms. Franklin,
Yes.
Dr. Gidry,
Yes.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Closed session.